Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters here in spring 2021. I am joined by none other than Trev. How are you doing, Trev? Hope you're having an excellent day.
Yeah, been an absolutely amazing day today. Obviously, always throughout looking forward to this absolutely stunning event that we have going on tonight with some of the top European teams, all competing in this round of 16 bracket that we're going to be starting from. And as it starts to collapse down, we're going to be seeing even stronger games towards the end.
Yeah, and actually, right off the bat, we have an absolute banger. It's going to be SK versus, I believe, Blood Diamond. So that is going to be one that Zero Zone. And you are not going to want to miss that one. This is just the first of 16 excellent matches that we got going on concurrently. And of course, as Trav said, we're going to be moving into some other matches as well down the line. Of course, we also have a very interesting mode that we are playing in this tournament. The format is Draft. It's very unique. It's just for Brawl Masters, and we'll also get the chance to look at how exactly that works if you missed us last week. It's a really interesting one, and I think the teams are going to have an interesting and really fun time at playing this mode, Trav.
Yeah, and on your screen now, guys, you are seeing the tournament format overall. Obviously kicking off with 3 qualifiers over the first 3 weeks of this tournament. And then that is followed by the last chance qualifier, where only the top team will qualify. And obviously with these open qualifiers, they will be gaining points over them towards those top 3 getting towards the playoffs. And then obviously after the last chance qualifier after that, the playoffs are here. And that is where the top teams will compete for the absolutely huge prize pool.
Yeah, and just from a top-down perspective here, we are in the second open qualifier of 3. Then after that, Brawl Masters moves into the last chance, and then finally the playoffs. So this is a very important bracket that we have today. Of course, there is prizing as well. Some really, really nice prizing here for our top few teams in here. And of course, the points are also very important for qualifying for the playoffs. And who could forget, of course, the very unique draft system that we have here in Brawl Masters. Take a look, actually. So here in Stage 1, you get to ban 2 modes. Then the enemy team gets to ban the 3rd mode, and they get to select what the first set is going to be played on, what map that first set is going to be played on. And then finally, it goes back to the first team to pick the next set, and then, of course, the ABBA style bans. So, just to clarify, these are not blind bans. You're always going to have 4 brawlers banned. So, just something to keep in mind. More brawlers banned, more very powerful brawlers banned means more strategies that we could see emerging here, Trev.
Yeah, obviously with these 4 bans, it really does open up the meta a lot more than we have been seeing. And I believe the draft from Zero Zone and SK is now ready. So obviously should be heading over to that fairly soon. But yeah, as we saying, these 4 bans really does open up the meta to a lot more brawlers that you aren't really seeing in the blind ban format.
Yeah.
We will be heading over to the maps now, though. On top of that, we have a different map pool every single week. And as you can see this week, we do have Minecart Madness, Super Stadium, Shooting Star, Hot Potato, Summer Assembly Required, and Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, and just like Trav said, we have a new map pool every single week. So every single game in this particular mode is going to be played on this map. That's going to be the same throughout all the matches. Of course, Gem Grab this week is going to be on Minecart Madness, Brawl Ball on Super Stadium, Bounty on Shooting Star, Heist on Hot Potato, Siege on Some Assembly Required, and Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles. And honestly, these are all some really nice map, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams play these out.
Yeah, now on the looking towards the prize pool, you're just looking at these 3 qualifiers to start off with. Do have some very handsome prize pool even without going to the playoffs. So first of all, you're going to be kicking off with that $1,000 for every single qualifier landing in first place. Then second brings home the 600, 3 and 4 with the 200 each. And that's every single qualifier. And then heading towards the playoffs, you're really looking at the big bucks in the $2,000 for first, $1,200 for second, $600 for third, and $200 for fourth.
Yeah, some spectacular prizing. I mean, I see why you would play in every single qualifier, even if you know that you've already pretty much gotten your ticket to the playoffs to win, I guess, the big money. I think the big money is going to be who can consistently place in the top few teams in the open qualifiers. Of course, open qualifiers, anyone can play, but only the top few teams bring home the fame, the glory, and of course, the loot. So, very soon, we'll be moving into our first match. It's, as I said, an absolute banger to start things off. Anything that we know about these particular teams coming in from last week, or perhaps just their competitive history?
Yeah, well, SK Gaming, obviously such a prominent team in the EU at the moment. Like, they're absolutely on top of every single tournament they're competing in. Zero Zone, obviously, still a bit of an up-and-coming team, I will say, but definitely really top of the EU at the moment.
Yeah, Zero Zone is a new up-and-coming team that we've seen a lot of pretty nice moves from, especially in the official format. All sorts of tournaments that they've been competing in as they've emerged this year. And of course, SK, very, very established team. They need no introduction. With that, though, we'll get an introduction to our upcoming match. We have the draft picks coming in for this match. Our first game modes that are banned are going to be Heist and Hot Zone, and then we have Zero Zone banning Siege. And then it looks like Zero Zone, they've chosen Brawl Ball as their first set, and then Shooting Star was chosen by SK, leaving Gem Grab as our third map.
Yeah, looking towards those brawler bands as well. Obviously, some really, really good bands throughout. Seeing the Byron and Sprout coming in from SK. Obviously, we see that Sprout band a lot from SK, so clearly not too confident on that front. But from Zero Zone as well, you've seen the preventive measures to SK's really favored meta, being that Poco double tank, as well as the Stew. Obviously, a really, really strong brawler at the moment, so it's good to get that out of the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Zero Zone picking Brawl Ball as the first one and then coming out with the Poco and the Stew Bands, right? Because it's clear that they don't want to get swept here on Brawl Ball. They don't want to get hit with an overwhelming offense. And so, I don't know. They're picking the typical brawlers that you would see in those very powerful and quick comps, and yet at the same time, they are picking Brawl Ball as the very first set. So they are just very well prepared. I think they're banking on winning this first set and then going straight into Shooting Star. They don't want to play for control here on Minecart Madness.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said, momentum's a huge thing, so obviously playing out of the blocks really fast, trying to get all the bans focused on Brawl Ball, as you've just said, and really you're expecting to see, obviously, Gene Max and Sandy all being unbanned, as well as the Barley so good without the Stew and Tanks in play.
Yeah, that is something to note. Take a look at our brawlers getting into our first game here on Super Stadium. Skyrix on the B. We have Jetton on the Barley. Semantic on the Colonel Ruffs. And SK just trying to keep control here at mid. We see Semantic looking for that first power-up. A nice kill there from Jetton to take down Brooby. And that is going to give SK just a little bit of an edge as they try and push in here.
Jetton always going to be trying to get away from this Mortis. It just seems to be chasing him throughout this game. Obviously, some really nice taps coming in from Skyrix here, and Semantic eventually picking up that power-up, which is going to opt to break some walls with, allowing Skyrix to get this absolutely incredible slow on Jaime and the pinch coming in. Healing tonic down too, and it's just going to be absolutely phenomenal defense from SK Gaming.
Yeah, we saw Jetton try and get that attack against Fade over there, but it just was not enough. I think Jetton just kind of accepted, oh, okay, I'm done here. I'm not going to be able to win this fight. Jetton getting taken down. Skyrix now with the defense. Skyrix on such low health. Brooby now looking for the kill. Not going to be able to get those last bits of damage. A great defense there from Skyrix. SK Gaming, they're going to be able to keep this defense going. They're forming a very strong backline here. Every single person on SK is powered up, but what SK is lacking in is the ability to get to the enemy side of the field. Though with all of this wall break happening, Skyrix is just dominating even more than before. Just such a large open range is absolutely the key to performing with B.
Regardless of these power-ups, they are dropping like flies. And Zero Zone have some really, really nice pressure now with this max speed and Sandy super coming down. Both at the same time, Brooby's going to opt to go and pick up the ball as Fetty comes in with the super charge.
Wow.
He's cycling those supers like nobody's business. And that is going to be the goal for Zero Zone heading on into the last 25 seconds.
Wow, I think the Mortis is definitely the one that made this comp here come from Zero Zone. Once again, Fetty getting in here, getting a couple kills, and this one is in the books, actually. And that is going to be that last goal coming out from Brooby, slow rolling it in. Zero Zone now getting this first game, and honestly, I'll hand it to Zero Zone here. They pulled it out. They managed to get rid of those really dominating picks that we usually see from SK, and they picked that first set to be played on Brawl Ball, and I think they're handling this one very gracefully.
Zero Zone obviously banking hugely on the synergization of their comp there. And the Ruffs and Barley really isn't the best pairing. He was breaking all of those walls, which really just doesn't bode well for them looking towards the back end of the game, especially when that Max Super and Sandstorm came in and wiped them all out. No power-ups, and then it all started to collapse for SK Gaming.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna drop the Mortis thing. I think the Mortis was definitely a great pick right there, because it just seemed like no matter how much wall break there was, it just was not enough to eliminate all of the little paths that Mortis could take to get to their backline. It got a lot of squishies, and they were really depending on the long range control. But you have Mort, the assassin. He has all kinds of cover. It's just too much to try and get rid of all that cover when your only wall break is Colonel Ruff's first star power. So good play there, or good pick on the Mort, I really think. Though this is something that we can actually expect to change. Perhaps not going to bring out the Mort, because SK, they definitely were not expecting it to go down here, and they definitely don't plan on going down again.
Well, it's always going to be a hugely good surprise pick, and the SK already picking up some good control early on as Semantic's able to just get a few shots over the right side on Jaime, and Jetton with some absolutely incredible pressure over the left here. Going to allow Skyrix to pinch up, but he is eventually going to be taken down by the Max, but not without picking up his super, and Skyrix picking up a kill.
Yeah, something that we see coming out from SK this time around is they have the Nita, right? And Nita she's not necessarily one of the greatest brawlers, but she is good just for the counter, right? once she has that bear, she's able to soak up loads of damage from enemies. We see that bear penetrating the backlines. Jaime trying to get away from this bear. Great teamwork there from Zero Zone to take down the bear. SK now forced to retreat very, very far back. Jetten getting stunned backwards. Fade. Wow, Fetty getting this one in, and that is going to be this first goal going to Zero Zone.
Phenomenal goal slotted in from Fede there, and we're seeing the exact same plays as last time. Fede playing this really aggressive brawler and playing absolutely incredibly. It's going to be taken down. The healing tonic does come in from Semantic, but Jaime doing a phenomenal job of keeping him back here, and Jetten with that bear now pushing in heavily, and the speed coming out from Fede eventually.
Yeah, SK, it looks like they actually have this one if they can just handle it correctly. Skyrix getting that kill. Jetten now putting this one in the goal. Jaime getting this last-minute defense. Wow, what an amazing defense there from Zero Zone. That was incredible. SK, they almost managed to get that one in, but it was just a little bit uncoordinated. Zero Zone, if they can keep this up, then they actually stand to sweep Brawl Ball here.
SK with some absolutely incredible pressure still remaining though, and the super does come in from Semantic, zoning them outside of the goal and over to the side of Jetten, where he can just get these good shots off and try to pick up a bear and go for that final push, which is exactly what they're going to require on this heavy strong arm of SK Gaming now.
Yeah, Bruby going down there, Jaime as well, and unfortunately for Zero Zone, that is going to be this second goal of the game, going the way of SK, bringing us now to a tie, probably actually going to head into overtime, so now it starts to become a game of whose comp is better in overtime, and just from where we currently stand, it looks like it's going to be SK. They have Skyrix here on the B, and that is something that Zero Zone is going to struggle to compete toe-to-toe with. Bruby now just trying to get this last bit of control. Great pinch there from SK as we head into overtime.
The hype not picking him as much value as he would have liked there to be able to stay up, but the pinch was absolutely incredible from Skyrix there. And Fetty does use that speed on all of his teammates, but Jetten does manage to pick up a bear. Using that faux fur gadget's going to be tanking so much, and you're seeing this as the pressure now goes hugely in SK's favor.
Yep, Semantic now laying down a large area of control. Not going to get great positioning with that pass right there, but they are going to get that ball onto Bruby, who just can't seem to do much with it. Bruby has no pass to get that out of the way. Jetten now with the pass to Semantic. Semantic not able to put it in. Fetty not going to run this way all the way over to the enemy's side, just looking for positioning here. Unfortunately gets hit by Skyrix, and that is not the end of his journey, though Skyrix not going to go for the kill on Fetty. Now Zero Zone pushing in here on SK. The question is, are they going to be able to lock down this control, or are we going to end in a tie? SK trying to get this up the enemy side of the field, but it's just not happening. Looked like it was so close to happening there. We saw Zero Zone, they were on such low health for the defense there right at the end. Regardless, that is this one ending in a tie in game number 2, and we're going to be heading into a game number 3 off of this tie.
A huge amount of back and forward there, I must say. Just Zero Zone on the offense, then SK on the offense, and it just resulted in being a draw, as they just could not force that ball in overtime. Even with the range and damage that Skyrix can just force out when keeping these players at a range, he just really wasn't able to pick up the kills and force the goal in, as the respawn cycle did come in, and it proved worthy for Zero Zone to stay up.
Yeah, it was really back and forth, and I think it seemed like the teams did struggle, quite a bit with retaining the control once they managed to get right in front of the goal. It was a bit of confusion over, do we take out the enemies, or where do we pass the ball? Like, I don't want this ball, don't give it to me, I need to have my shots right to attack the enemy. And I think the pressure did really start to get to a bit of a tough amount to handle there, and we could see it in sort of the moves our players were making, right? Of course, SK, they're not used to having a tough time here in Brawl Ball. It's one of their greatest modes, though, of course, Zero Zone coming out with some great plays to lay down the control, as well as the great picks, right, to take SK out of their comfort zone in one of their more comfortable modes.
Fede must have been feeling all the pressure there, as the only person who can really do anything in that comp is Max in overtime. Once he starts picking up these supers and providing them to his teammates, that's really where they're going to be able to juke these long-range of brawlers that SK are obviously using to their advantage and get up in their faces, and they almost did it at one point where the Ems just wasn't able to pull through with and pick up a couple of kills.
Yep, you beat me to it. The M's, right, just really did struggle there in overtime. And that is the thing, right? I don't think these teams were necessarily accounting for the possibility of overtime, right? It's never something you're thinking about that when you're picking your comp, right? Because the plan is never to head into overtime. The plan is to get in and get out and win, right? Every map looks the same in overtime, so it's not something that you're necessarily considering when you're looking at the map. However, when you are heading towards the end of the timer with the tie just imminent, you are sort of starting to think about it, and we do see some call it desperate plays from the team that has the arguably worst comp in overtime. I think we did see that in our last game, and it was definitely unfortunate, but good plays from both teams to keep us in the running and not allow the enemy to get in a goal there right in the end, especially for the team that had the arguably worst comp there in overtime.
I mean, we are possibly going to be seeing some different comps now, as the rulebook does state that you are allowed to change the brawlers. It's as if the game didn't happen when it does result in a draw, and therefore that's why this downtime's been quite long in between this game, as the mind games are just at a stalemate, as nobody won the game, and therefore it's just like rethinking and restarting the game as to who's going to get the momentum.
Yeah, and that's the thing here is actually Zero Zone, right? They were expecting to come in and win this one and close out this set and not have to worry about SK or just whatever they were expecting Zero Zone to run. But now Zero Zone, they've given away their next comp, and SK, they're going to be able to expect this. And you know, are you thinking just one step ahead of the enemy, or are you thinking like 7 steps ahead, or however much, right? Does the enemy know what sort of mind games you're playing? So you got to get in the head of your enemy, but you cannot run the risk of actually getting too much in your own head. Though we do see the comps coming out from both teams, much different strategies from both teams. It's a Max Sandy coming out from SK, and Zero Zone, though, running something more akin to what they were running in game number 1. In fact, something that did work pretty successfully for them, the Mort coming out. Looks like actually the main target that Fetty is going to be looking for here is Semantic. Great dribble there from Fetty, but it's not going to be enough to get that ball in the goal, and SK is going to be running this one back to Zero Zone's side.
I must say, I really do like the Mortis here, especially against this comp that SK is going to be running. But with this kind of comp, you've got to synergize it well and get the game done before overtime, and that's what they're going to be planning on doing here. But SK with the Sandstorm going to be providing them so much pressure as Jetten does pick up the ball, force it up a little bit, but Fede now coming in, can't manage to pick up the kill, and Sticky Syrup from Semantic able to just force Ruby to back off, and the ball's going to be coming out the corner now.
Yep, this is looking great for SK. We saw them in this position in the previous game, and they did manage to keep control for a little while, but they were not able to get that ball in the goal, and it looks like it's going to happen once again. Zero Zone with a nice uniform push right out the gates to bring this fight back to mid, and SK, despite having that Sandstorm down in mid, they are still struggling to keep control over here. Fetty with a great offense there to get a couple kills, Jetten in a tricky situation. We're going to see a 3v2 situation here at SK Gaming's goal. Fetty now looking for this next kill, getting the kill on Semantic, and is Zero Zone going to be able to capitalize off of this? Yes, that is going to bring our score to 0-1. Zero Zone taking this first goal of the game.
Fede playing absolutely phenomenally here, as they did manage to force that goal in. SK going to have to play some aggressive Brawl Stars now, as Fede does yet again come in very aggressively in the Sandstorm being played with that Rude Sands, keeping him at a low amount of HP just to try and use that as a preventive measure for this push, and it is showing worthy of that name as Jetten does fall to it and Bruby gets a nice clear.
Yeah, this is great, actually. Fetty now going to get aggressive once again, looking for some damage on Semantic, but he's just not able to really get control without his teammates. Looks like Zero Zone, they are getting the control here with Bruby and Jaime, and now they're going to bring in Fetty for the kills. Fetty, though, is going to be the one taking that ball right out of mid-air. Though Jetten able to get this pass to Skyrix. Skyrix not going to be able to put that one in the goal. A very quick one. That was actually crucial there from Fetty to snag that ball mid-pass, because that bought Zero Zone enough time for Jaime to respawn and be able to block the super pass coming in from Skyrix. Regardless, though, that is Zero Zone taking set number 1, and what an excellent show there, actually, from Zero Zone. I gotta say, that was awesome. how we saw Fetty snagging that ball just to give Zero Zone enough time to get the defense.
Zero Zone, the underdog Spanish team, showing SK that they are worthy of their presence as they do take this first game by an absolute storm, I will say, as the set goes 1-0 to them, moving on to this bounty set. Obviously, going to be a bit of a reset for SK Gaming. Got to rethink the comp process. They have been out mind gamed by Zero Zone in that first set. So some rethinking required, and SK are going to be resetting their minds.
Yeah, here's the thing with like Zero Zone is they are a very good team, but the disadvantage that SK has here is that Zero Zone, they're not necessarily a very well documented team. If you look up Zero Zone, you're not going to be able to find as much footage as you would find if you just looked up SK, right? There's just not as much footage to go by here. And SK, of course, considering they have amazing coaching staff and those coaches are able to get all sorts of information on their enemies, they are lacking in regard that they would usually have the upper hand where they are able to research their enemies and get to know them pretty well. So, on the other hand, Zero Zone able to research SK pretty well, and this is where the mind games start to come in, where Zero Zone, they know how their enemy thinks. And here we see Zero Zone coming out with the Piper, the Tick, and the Bell. And this is an interesting one coming out, especially considering that typically we see something more akin to what SK is running. SK bringing out the Nanny, of course, looking to gain the advantage here. Though Zero Zone, they are snagging this advantage, not for long perhaps, and now taking it back once again, going back and forth right off the bat. But Zero Zone now leading by a couple stars.
The Nanny Peep coming in and connecting with the Piper. Going to be blue star in favor of SK now, and Zero Zone are going to have to make something happen. Without this Nanny, it's going to be so difficult to come from behind, as that range is just so difficult to push into, and you really don't want to be feeding him another super either, or else you're going to be getting picked up again. Lasserar going to be popped from Jet, and just after the hit does connect, bring him down to a low amount of HP, and Zero Zone in a bit of a precarious position now.
Yeah, SK now pulling ahead. Wow, actually pulling ahead by a lot, picking up a couple of kills there. And SK moving up to keep some long-range control against Zero Zone as they respawn. Of course, Bounty here in the last 20 seconds, you are always going to have to push in. It's pretty much the timer to push in if you're behind. Here comes the Peep, and it's going to find that kill on Brooby. Though Zero Zone, they just don't stop. They keep pushing in. Fetty getting taken down here. Jaime trying to get some damage here, but it's just not happening, and this is going to be game number 1 going to SK, taking a double the score of Zero Zone here.
SK finally showing some signs of life, and I will say, wasn't too much of a big fan of that Bell pick. Just really not getting the value that he wants out of a map like Shooting Star, where the opposing team's just going to be so spread out, and you really don't get that use of the bounces, and the damage from the pipe is going to absolutely destroy that at the range as well. So heading on into the next game here, they are going to be taking the pipe and Nanny comp instead now, and it hopefully bodes a bit better for them. Bodes a bit better for them.
Yeah, we don't see that Belle anymore, and I agree with you there, Trav. The thing is, Belle, she's a good brawler, right? But she's not one that you can necessarily just play on every single map, and it just does not seem like Shooting Star is one of them, just because she's not able to get those bounce shots off consistently. The other thing is, of course, her super, right? Okay, it's useful, but you're facing against squishies, and it's a bit more useful when you're faced up against brawlers with more health. Regardless, though, heading into game number 2 here, SK Gaming leading by 1 game. Of course, the previous game, Jet now going to throw down this Tick Super on the right side, looking for the kill on Fetty. Fetty going to make a retreat, and a nice defense there with the last raw by Brooby. Jaime, though, trying to find positioning on the left side and struggling immensely. Though, Zero Zone, they are leading by just 1 star. If they can keep this momentum going, just this backline established, then this could look pretty good for them. Jaime with the vertical super there, looking to find this kill on a Jetten. Jetten actually with a perfectly timed last hurrah to survive that one, and SK taking it back the lead by 1 star.
I mean, these return to senders are being popped by Skyrix left, right, and center. So if the opposing Nanny can pick up his head, it could be a bit of a turnaround if he's able to get it off onto Skyrix, as he's just not got too many of those return to senders left, and they are on the back foot now heading into this last few seconds. And this means Zero Zone are going to have to play very, very aggressively, and Skyrix is showing that as HP drops, but a good pickup from Semantic in return to this push. And SK leading by 4 in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a similar story to what we saw in our previous game. Take a look at now SK Gaming just leading by more and more and more. It seems getting all these kills on the entire team right at the end. That is going to be set number 2 going in a decisive victory to SK. And this is the set that SK got to pick, right? They got to pick set number 2, and they definitely picked a mode that they are strong in. Though that does leave us with our final set, and that is going to be on Minecart Madness. And this is one that neither of our teams picked, so expect this one to be a bit more evenly matched than our previous ones, just because, of course, you do expect your team to pick the mode that they are strong in, because they say, okay, we have to have this in the first couple sets. It's powerful to be able to control one of the modes that's played in the first couple sets, because if you play a mode that you're strong in, right, you're less likely to get swept on it. And of course, if you're getting swept by more of a match perspective, then you're only playing those first 2 sets. So introduce a map or mode that you're good at, and that way you're not going to get swept in those first two sets there.
As you say, Minecart always going to be the map that nobody picks in this kind of map pool. But yet again, it is a really unpredictable map, so therefore the teams really aren't going to know what hit them when this minecart starts rolling in, and picking up a bit more unpredictability in this set that SK maybe can't handle, and that's why I think it may favor Zero Zone a little bit heading on to this last set.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Though the other thing is, I think like SK, they're gonna go for a more traditional sort of Minecart Madness, like just picking the best brawlers on the map, essentially. Zero Zone, I expect them to pick something a little bit different. Yep, of course, we see SK coming out with the Gene Sandy and Max. Zero Zone coming out with a bit of a modified version of that, switching out that Sandy for an Amber. Amber, of course, has great long-range control. She can be so spammy and is able to lay down just this flurry of shots that they just never seem to end. Though Zero Zone already backing off right off the bat. Ruby looking for this control here on Jettin and Skyrix. Of course, we have the synergy here. Skyrix getting all sorts of heals onto Jettin and Semantic, allowing them to stay aggressive on lane. The speed on to Jettin and Skyrix. Skyrix getting that pull, Jettin finishing off the kill, and SK Gaming now looking to get a massive lead here on Zero Zone.
When SK were in this offensive position, it's just so hard for Brewby to get any value out of that Amber, as he's got to push into these opposing brawlers. And that's just something you really don't want to be doing with Amber, and that's why you need that early pressure. And therefore, SK with an 8-1 gem lead. With only, like, no time in the match at all, they were just picking up so many gems over and over again. And Zero Zone showing some signs of life now as they do take this full control back, but the speed might be a bit difficult for them to handle.
Yeah, and the brawlers that they have the gems on are pretty much the ideal brawlers to have your gems on. Of course, you're going to be speeding up your Sandy. Sandy has short range, and you need to be able to get your Sandy very aggressive. Semantic now trying to stay in an aggressive positioning, but is getting pinched quite hard. Here comes the pinch. Brewby now looking to get this pinch between himself and the minecart. It's not exactly going to pay off. Jaime trying to, and Brewby now getting lots of damage. Fetty gonna be able to get in here and get the damage. This is the opening that Zero Zone was looking for. Now Zero Zone needs to get a slow and steady retreat. Skyrix just trying to heal up here on the right side, but is there going to be enough time? Massive pull there from Jaime, and this is actually going to be Zero Zone now bringing us to match point in favor of themselves.
This is where it turns sour for SK, as Zero Zone were able to pick up a very good position and just pin them all in that left-hand corner, where Brewby was just able to come in, swoop in, throw a super down, take Jettin down, get the gems out of there, and Zero Zone taking this first game in a really nice turnaround, being 8-1 down in that game.
Yeah, I think this is a phenomenal strategy that we saw coming out from Zero Zone. It's one that I don't believe I've ever seen before on Minecart Madness, and honestly, I'm kind of kicking myself because I should have thought of this earlier. That minecart coming in, it doesn't just provide a defense against your enemies, right? And it's not just there to be inconvenient when you're trying to grab that last gem, but of course it spawns on the other side of the minecart. No, you can actually use it to get a pinch, and that is what we saw coming out from Zero Zone last time. You saw Brewby wait for that minecart to come around and then went for the pinch, and the thing is, where is your enemy going to go? Your enemy's not going to be able to run into that minecart. They're going to take massive damage. They're forced to just sit back and take it. The fire is going to be taking them down. We see this same comp once again coming out from Zero Zone. Same comp also coming out from SK. SK, they probably are aiming to learn from the mistakes on this one. They're not going to get pinched between that minecart and Brewby once again.
Yeah, Zero Zone in this match point position, gonna have some good first plays, but obviously the Amber being taken down just proving so difficult for them to come back from now, as Jeton is going to pick up the speed. Semantic's going to be looking to cycle this super, and they are all in spawn now. Have picked up speed and Gene super, though, which is exactly where they want it to turn as the pull comes in from Jaime, taking out Semantic and hoping the tides turn in their favor now.
Yeah, unfortunate. Brewby took some major damage there from the minecart, and like Trav said, it is so tough to push out of your spawn once you've gotten in a trapped position. Semantic, of course, waiting to put down that sandstorm, but does not get the opportunity to put it down. So, just like last time we saw this exact same position, Jeton here with 4 gems, Skyrix with a couple gems. We're looking for the supers from these brawlers, of course. They work together so well. We're talking Max and Gene. The speed onto Gene allows him to get a much easier pull, and here comes the pull, though when is it going to come out of Skyrix? Skyrix would ideally pull someone that is carrying a bunch of gems. Here comes a massive pinch, though. Fetty getting taken down, and SK going to start this countdown, and they're threatening actually to take us to the double match point.
SK in a very good position now, 10 gems in the bank. And only 4 for Zero Zone, so they can't reset it from mid, and this is why Jaime's going to be pushing aggressive now, trying to hit this final pull, and he does hit it on Skyrix. Can they get the reset? They do. Ooh. They might be able to get out here too if SK doesn't have the damage to get it out. Brewby going to be putting some good pressure on. Really nice phase shift to be able to get out, and he's going to get out with these 11 gems.
Unbelievable. What an escape. That was like the escape from Alcatraz there. Mission Impossible coming in. So, SK Gaming, they are going to be running this one back. Is Zero Zone going to be able to pull off the same move? I don't know. I think that right there was a once-in-a-lifetime play. That was so crazy close there. The max shots coming in right at the end just to finish off, well, what looked to be probably the craziest escape, just the craziest comeback that I've ever seen in Brawl Stars, especially on Minecart Madness. So with that though, we're headed to the double match point. Both of our teams that tied here in set number 3, and well, I would say it couldn't be closer, but it could be closer. We might actually see these teams once again in a position like we saw in this last game. Getting down to the last few seconds, our countdown being reset, though one thing does not change, and that is that it doesn't go past here. This is the last game. It all comes down to this.
I'm on the edge of my seat after that game, and I'm just raring to get into this next one. Maybe going to be seeing some comp switches, but both teams are going to be feeling very comfortable with both of their picks, as they've both had a game each, and it's just depending who has played that game better. In Zero Zone, I was hoping for him to get out there, as he did do an absolutely incredible phase shifter to avoid some of that damage, but it just didn't result in the win. And now we're seeing the mirror comps come in as Semantic swap to Amber.
Yep, SK Gaming, they are not messing around. They may have won the last game, but that does not mean that they're going to stick on the Sandy this time. Sandy, of course, has a considerably shorter range than Amber here, and perhaps SK, they just don't want to risk getting so aggressive. They want the long-range control. Of course, it also worked for Zero Zone, so hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And sometimes you just got to play what your enemy is going to be playing. Though Zero Zone, they're going to be able to snag some gems on the left side. Skyrix coming in to recover those gems. Zero Zone now trying to keep things moderately tied on the gem count perspective. Skyrix forced to retreat behind this minecart. Doesn't want to get pinched between the enemy and the minecart. Jeton running this one back so that SK can heal up. And SK going to be keeping this 3-gem lead here on Zero Zone.
Just seems like SK have super after super from Max, as well as Skyrix, just keeping that pull for the perfect time to use it. And Zero Zone now on the back foot as the 2 gems down, 1 gem now, and SK are going to be popping that speed Brewby with some really nice pressure, and the oil over the gem spawner from both teams. It is going to be lit up from Semantic now, but he is low. And the Magic Puffs are coming in from Jaime onto the opposing Amber, and this is going to provide Zero Zone with the pressure heading on into the last parts of the game.
Yeah, it all comes down to a key pull right here. That could be from either team. 2 prime targets, or at least 2 prime targets on both teams for a gene pull that could start the countdown. Fetty not going to be able to escape. The minecart said, no you, and bumped him back. Fortunately, the phase shift prevented him from taking damage. Though Zero Zone now is looking to pick up this last gem, and we don't see SK able to get this control over the last gem. Of course, the kill to reset that countdown. A key pull there coming out from SK, and the speed to allow them to retreat. Fetty just trying to get in here with the damage, but he's just not able to get the speed on his teammates either. That is going to be this match, or perhaps is it the pull coming in? And yup, this one is in the books, and Semantic cooking the books here. That is going to be this match going to SK, but it could not have been closer. This was a phenomenal bit of gameplay that we saw coming out from Zero Zone this time, because so many times Zero Zone made it look like they were going to take down SK, one of the most accomplished teams in this region, to say the least. Of course, they need no introduction. They needed no introduction right off the bat. I think we had to give a bit of an introduction there for Zero Zone, but Zero Zone, they are definitely getting a nice reputation, not just from this one, but of course from other games that they played in as well. But this just serves as a prime example as to what we can expect coming out from Zero Zone in our next qualifiers here in Brawl Masters.
Hugely explosive game to kick off this split of this of the Brawl Masters, and it's just absolutely incredible to see such an amazing game early on. And obviously coming down to the wire, and both teams having match point, and SK were just able to come out on top, even though that last game was very much an even one at that.
Yeah, I would chalk it up to an even one. And take a look at our bracket from G Fuel. You love to see it. Our round of 16, we have all of our teams. Of course, one match has already been over with. You can check it out on the top right. SK Gaming versus Zero Zone. No question, SK Gaming took this one. Now we're going to be moving into one of our next round of 16 matches. Honestly, looking at this, Trav, I'm seeing some really cracked teams that I'm familiar with. I'm looking at Oka, looking at Blood Diamond, Reply Totem, AC Milan Clash, of course, EXO Free Agents. We got some absolute bangers coming up in the round of 16.
I must say, I'm all eyes on AC Milan Clash versus Navi, and that is exactly what we're going to be watching. Must say, Navi being an absolutely incredible pickup of the Russian team, who is absolutely dominating the EECA region at the moment, and obviously one of the hugest teams from Europe, AC Milan Clash. They don't need an introduction, so we won't give them one.
Yeah, yeah, we won't be giving them an introduction. Yeah, sorry, AQM, but no introduction for you. Though Navi, perhaps, right, a bit of an introduction, right, for someone who's not as familiar with EU myself. Of course, AC Milan, of course, I know AC Milan. I don't live under a rock, though Navi, in that regard, maybe I do live under a rock, because I'm not exactly familiar with this team. Perhaps you could give us a little bit of an introduction to what to expect from this team.
Yeah, the roster being BBG's, MMA Russia, and Jason, an absolute titan in the EECA region. And I must say, they have recently been picked up by an absolutely amazing org in Navi, and that has just excelled them even further. And I've seen them beating the likes of Tribe in previous tournaments as well.
Wow.
As other absolutely huge European teams. So they've proved their worth in these European tournaments, and that is where this Russian team slots in.
That's absolutely massive, and to see the likes of Navi facing off against AC Milan Clash right off the bat, this is going to be an exciting one. I mean, here in the round of 16, it seems like we have so many fantastic teams facing against each other, and that is sort of a result of how the round of 16 is determined. Of course, you play in an open qualifier. We're in the second open qualifier here in Brawl Masters. We have one more open qualifier, and then we have the last chance qualifier, and then finally the playoffs. But here's the thing, is since this is an open qualifier, anyone can play. You could go ahead and register for the open qualifier next week if you wanted to. We'll get into more details for that towards the end of the stream today, though we are getting our mode bans coming out from all of our teams here. We have the mode bans and the map choices. We see the Siege and the high spans coming out from AQM. Then Navi picking up the Bounty ban and choosing Super Stadium as the first map. So just like what we saw in our previous match.
I must say that obviously Navi picking this Brawl Ball map, it's really uncommon to see, just because Clash being probably the most dominant Brawl Ball team in the world at the moment. We've seen absolutely incredible plays from Linane last week, as if you can remember back to that, and it's just really weird to see a team like Navi taking a pick such as Brawl Ball against an absolute titan of a Brawl Ball team like Clash.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, speaking from my perspective, if I were facing up against a team of the likes of AC Milan Clash, I would probably be saying, okay, well, let's just go ahead and select Brawl Ball, right? Because, you know, we go down in Brawl Ball, right, or we go down in Brawl Ball. That's a thing, right? Just get this one, just get this Brawl Ball out of the way, right? And that's gonna set the pace for the rest of the match. Perhaps I would be thinking like, let's just go ahead and do this first for a set, right? And then that'll determine whether I actually try for the for the remainder of the match. Though that can't be the mentality that Navi has here, just because, of course, as you said, some phenomenal players picked up by a massive and very strong org. We have the next choices coming in: Minecart Madness for map number 2, and then Dueling Beetles for map number 3, which is certainly an interesting one, considering that we don't usually see the hot zone pick here in Brawl Masters. Usually we see these teams banning out hot zone.
Must say I'm a huge advocate for hot zone in competitive. I absolutely love the game mode. It just really comes down to who can keep control of mid, and that usually boils down to who is playing better on the day. Obviously, looking towards the Brawler bans now, Stu and Jesse coming in from Clash. You did mention that Jesse pick being a bit of a weird one last week, but I must say, Clash always seems to be banning that just to try and bring out these tankier comps, as well as the Stu as well, as that's just so good against the tanks as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The other thing is, of course, if you're doing your research on AQM here, you would realize, like, yeah, okay, so they're running tanky comps all the time, so we're probably going to run the Jesse. The bit of an oversight, though, is that we see the Jesse ban rather than, like, a Bell ban or something like that. Bell, of course, is so good at getting those bounce shots between enemies. They, unlike Jesse's, bounce indefinitely. Perhaps this is AQM saying, oh, Jesse is actually a bigger issue for us than Bell, and of course we're going to play Bell if we have to. Another thing to consider is that Navi is banning the Poco here, which is going to throw a bit of a wrench in AQM's plans here, because they would actually rather come out with the Poco here, though Byron is still in the realm of possibilities, so we could see that coming out for the healer.
Yeah, well, I must say, like, with Bell in play, they're clearly very, very comfortable on it if it's not going to be a ban, just as you said. And I know the likes of Linane and Trevor are absolutely amazing at Bell. So that's obviously why they're not going to be banning it. And Navi, taking out that Poco, which is going to be destroying all of the comps that they were hoping to play. And it's just going to result in an absolutely incredible game, I must say. Probably going to be seeing a lot of mirror comps. But then again, Gene has been banned, so that comp that we love so much with the absolutely incredible synergy will be taken out of the rotation.
Yeah, and I love how we say, you know, like we're about to get into the game, but the game has already started figuratively. They are already getting in each other's heads and controlling the pace of the game with these bans, the ABBA bans. Of course, Navi, they had to see the Stu ban coming out, and just knowing AQM think, oh, they're gonna run the Poco double tanks, right? And then just pulling out this Poco ban to reverse so much of the work that AQM did with the Stu ban. And of course, the Stu ban, we could have seen AQM do pretty well with the Stu, but they wanted to get rid of the Stu to open up more possibilities for their tanks. Looks like they might actually still be playing the tanks this time, considering that they did choose to ban Jesse after the Poco ban. So something to consider, of course. Though it's gonna be an interesting one to watch. The battle has already started, and it came down to the ABBA bans for the first part of this match.
You're probably looking towards fairly similar comps to what we saw last time on Super Stadium, obviously with B being such a good pick. But then again, Byron and the tanks can obviously be so good, and that's really what's going to be making B excel if those comps are picked. But I will say, we have seen a lot of Colt and B action over the past couple of weeks, and obviously with the Colt being in play, the Silver Bullet can break up this map instantly and take it by storm.
Yeah, that is something we've seen a lot recently is the Colt and the B, and I actually do really love this combo. I think it works really well together. It's a bit of a unusual synergy. It's like on the surface you wouldn't expect it to work so well, but the thing is B, of course, she capitalizes on these large open areas. She's able to do super well, and typically you look at the map and it's open and you say, oh, okay, I could run B here. But of course, Colt looks at pretty much any map and says, well, I can make it so that B can be played here. Is that going to work, right? Is that cool? So that's the strategy that we see with the Colt and B combo, is a silver bullet that's just able to get the free wall break and open things up. So you love to see this combo. I mean, it's refreshing to see Colt coming back into the meta without the green button, silver bullet. So this, though, is something that we're going to have to see both teams consider, though, is they don't want to be faced up against the B Colt comp, because the thing is, B can pretty much single-handedly fend off a couple of tanks, or perhaps even 3, all by herself, given the appropriate range.
Looking like an absolutely amazing start from Clash, as they do pick up a kill, but Navi does manage to trade it out as Jason uses that TP in. But I must say, really liking this Ruffs pick against the Surge, as he's just got those sandbags as a huge preventive measure. But Navi showing some signs of life as they do slot MMA into an absolutely amazing position on this left-hand side.
Yep, a great counter there from iChaos with the Ruffs pick. MMA going down on the left side, though. BBG's now trying to get up here. Linane not on low enough health, but that is going to be Jason able to snag that ball and put it in the goal. What an explosive offense there from Navi, as they're able just to sort of advance up the field as sort of just a wall of a team, giving no room for AC Milan Clash to get around the edges. Though the question is, are they going to be able to pull this one off again? Linane already with the power-up and getting loads of damage here on BBGs and MMA. Is MMA going to be able to put enough control at the middle of the field to slow down AQM here? iChaos now looking for this next power-up and perhaps a pinch here onto Jason. Linane also getting into position as Guille is moving up the right side, almost going to get this kill on MMA. It's just imminent, and now the 3v2 here as AC Milan Clash moves up towards Navi's goal.
The map has started to be breaking up as well, and that is going to hugely benefit Linane, as you see him on this bell, just such a beneficial long-range brawler, and the takedowns do start to come in now that has happened, and Guille, with a power-up in an absolutely phenomenal position, is going to be thriving so much as they start to respawn, and the break comes in now from Chaos. Not got the ball in his hands yet, though, and the good clear from MMA, just to prevent a bit of time, and Jason with the TP in does pick up the ball too, super shut out. Amazing defense from him, picking up 2 kills and the clear.
Wow, what an amazing defense there from Navi. The expert teleport to get that out of the way. And now we're going to actually see once again AC Milan Clash trying to push in here. The question is, are they going to be able to keep this one up? Wow, what a nice defense there. iChaos going to be able to put this one into the goal. Unfortunate there for Navi, as they had no one to defend that at the goal after the right on the goal line stop it there. We're going to be moving into overtime, and once again things are going to be opening up in a large regard here for Linane as he looks to establish some long-range control with this expert long-range duelist.
As you've just said, Belle, you've always got to be looking towards her, but Jason going to be picking up a shot in and a kill at the back, and he does eventually get that level 3, which is going to be so beneficial, almost equaling out the range deficit that he has just had against Linane. And obviously Barley in the open is going to be such a difficult brawl to play. But BBG's eventually picks up that speed, and this is where Jason can really make some work.
Yep, this is phenomenal. We're heading into the last 30 seconds of this game. iChaos trying to get this ball on the right side. BBG is getting taken down. MMA also getting taken down. This is the possibility for the score here. And that, well, I mean, Linane making this one look easy, but that right there was the result of just passive play. Nice control there from AC Milan Clash as they moved up the field slowly and steadily while keeping control. Phenomenal work there from AQM as they're able to take game number 1 in set number 1.
I will say some amazing teleports and defenses there from Jason all round, and I must say the Barley lane was a huge stalemate the majority of the game, but when those breaks did start to come in and Linane was able to just pinch a lot simpler, that's really when Guille started to thrive, especially with that power up, and just take control of the entire map. Zone them out of the goal, and the double kill came in on the line, and Chaos was able to just slot it in.
Yep, it was absolutely beautiful. Barley, of course, just such a great brawler for establishing control, despite a very frustrating lane matchup if it's just Barley versus Barley. You just run forward, toss a bottle, and kind of cross your fingers and hope that it hits your enemy, and they don't hit you while you're running away. Though Barley, when he's able to flex onto another lane, mid, for instance, is just so powerful, especially with the super, able to drive your enemies back and establish control there at mid is so beneficial for your teammates because it forces your enemies back into a position where they can easily be pinched by the remainder of the other lanes.
Tanks being brought in from Clash now and obviously providing so well for Gear in this matchup versus MMA. Really good matchup for him over that left-hand side, but he does get taken down by the pinch from BBGs, and Jason with his super coming in now, hoping to get the bat cycle off Chaos. Not going to be coming in. Wow. The force of the ball comes in from Navi, and that's taking them 1-0.
Wow, great play there from Navi. The question is, are they going to be able to put up against this offense here from AQM? The Max and the double tanks just seems to be so strong. iChaos slipping this goal in quite easily, and the hazard is, are we going to see the same thing happen again? MA now getting the super, but of course the Jackie super, it's not that strong. Jason, though, getting the double bats and trying to get this kill on Guille. Jason setting himself up for success on the right side, looking to chain some attacks together, but it's just not happening. Jason, looks like he managed to live through that one, though iChaos now looking for the knockback. The double bats once again coming out from Jason. He's farmed up those bats once again, and he's looking for another set of double bats. The question is, though, is Navi going to be able to get that much value from Mort here? iChaos now equipped with the knockback. Gonna wait for this knockback to come back for the defense. Baiting out that knockback once again. Jason is just not gonna be able to get in here, and now we say AQM once again pushing in, though the bats coming in from Jason, able to snag a kill here. BBG's looking for this pass. Lenane, unfortunately there for Nanny, able to block this one and send this one all the way back to midfield.
Jason just doing such a good job of deflating these pushes that AQM are really trying to put on. Oh, the gadget doesn't come out in time from Gear, and that's going to allow Jason to farm bats off them yet again. Got that gadget popped as well, and they do pick up the kill, and Nane all on his own to score now, and that is going to be the game going to Navi.
Wow, what an unbelievable game that was. I was so nervous there for Jason right at the end, because Jason, he was in such a great position, and just, he was really hanging on to those bats, did not want to use that super, and then sort of aimed the super and missed it there right at the end. One could argue that that was intentional right there, because Navi, they already knew that they were going to win that game. But regardless, that brings us in to game number 3 here in set number 1, and this is not sort of the game that we were expecting to see from Navi. Of course, AC Milan Clash, they bring out the win on game number 1. No big surprise. AQM, this is their bread and butter. They are so talented at Brawl Ball. Though now we see Navi coming back with game number 2, taking this win and bringing us to a tie in set number 1. This is pretty unexpected.
I will say, Navi putting on a really good show of shutting down Lenane, who is obviously the huge goal scorer that you've got to watch out for in this entire matchup. And they're just doing such a good job of shutting him down, and Lenane's really putting his focus on the tanks to try and force those goals in, but Jason's always there to deflate the push and take out at least one member of Clash before they can really start to get a push on.
Yep, this is phenomenal play coming out from both teams. We got to see both of these teams account for each other's play styles, not just in the remainder of this set, but of course in our subsequent sets. It's not over, right? It doesn't just come down to these games. Tense as they might be, long as they might be, since we are consistently heading into the last few seconds of the game. This is just the beginning. Here we are in our next game, game number 3. Jason already getting taken down, and Jason, of course, being the brawler that seemed to be giving AQM a really tough time in our last game. Lenane on this B over here, looking to establish long-range control, not able to snipe that ball in the goal, and the question is this going to be Navi pushing up here? Because it actually looks like AC Milan Clash is going to keep their grip here.
Chaos going to be attempting to walk this ball in now, and a lot of damage does come in from Jason, but he does slightly miss that goal. And Gear, running this sticky syrup, I will say, absolutely amazing pick from him, just to try and kite away these tanks from getting on top of him. And now he's picked up this charge shot, which is really going to prevent Navi from getting out of this spawn with how much of a tanky comp they have. And the power-ups coming in too from Chaos onto Linane and himself going to be a huge preventive measure in the future of this game.
Yeah, Jason is definitely going to be looking for this kill, though. Navi, though, they're not going to be able to push this one in. Of course, the power-ups are just too strong. Linane looking to put this one in the goal. Unfortunately, we don't see the defense there from Jason. He's just not able to get to that ball in time, even with the dash. Jason, though, looking to get aggressive here, already popping off a couple of supers, firing them up once again, going for this kill. BBG is able to walk this one into the goal, and man, this is where Brawl Ball starts to get really tough to understand, is you never know if you're going to get pushed or one pushed on so quickly. Just in a few seconds, you've already surrendered a goal that you fought so hard for. Here comes the speed coming in from BBGs, though. And May now looking to get this pushed up pass to Jason. Is Jason going to be able to get on here, though? No, Linane with an amazing defense there. The question is Linane going to be able to put this one in the goal? No, MMA with the defense there right at the last split second, taking us into the last 30 seconds of the match. Both teams putting up a strong performance. Jason, though, not bringing out his usual. Linane looking like a very tough opponent here for MMA, who's looking to get aggressive in here. Definitely is just trying to buy a little bit of time for a Jason, who's the real power player in this comp. It's really Jason who Navi needs to get rid of Linane, who seems to be the biggest issue for them right now.
It's all going to be looking towards Linane in this final overtime, as he does miss a few shots, and the kills do come in from Navi, but the miss from BBGs, and Linane gets the absolutely amazing defense in a triple versus one, and now he is pushing up the map, and with this B, he's just going to be able to maintain so much control, wait for his teammates to come back up, and that's where they're really going to thrive. He does hit this charge shot, and now all the shots start to rain in from his teammates. The slow coming in too, and Linane looking to try and slot this ball in. If he does pick his super, goes for the shot, and the shot comes in, and it trickles in. Linane finishing off all three in the defense, and then on the offense does manage to slot it in. Absolutely incredible play from him.
Wow, leave it to AQM and Navi to bring just absolutely phenomenal matches to watch. Oh my gosh, that one like gave me chills right there. The last second defense there from Linane, the pass back and forth, and we see Linane escaping with just, what was it, 28 health? Literally, someone could have breathed on Linane there and he would have gone down and not been able to save that ball at the last second. So, phenomenal play there from both of our teams, though that is going to be set number one going to AQM, though I must admit it was a very close one. It really could have gone either way there right at the end. It was so close for both teams. Another thing I want to point out is just a nice prediction there from Linane, because either you have to have insane reaction times, or you just have to have some level of prediction as to where your enemy is going to pass the ball to try and juke you out. And Linane just absolutely predicted that perfectly from Navi. So once again, just amazing play from both of our teams, though we do see the lead going to AC Milan Clash as we head into Minecart Madness here in set number 2.
Really thought Navi was going to come out on top on that one, but BBG's just managed to get the wrong side of Linane. An amazing prediction, as you just said, from him. Using that 50-50, picking the right direction, and he did pick it up, and therefore, he was a huge offense from just stemming from that little play that he did. He was able to just get so much control, and especially because they're using such a tanky comp, they weren't able to push out, and the teammates started to come up from Clash, and that's where the ball was really forced in.
Yeah, I like how you say 50-50, right? Because, I believe too, right? That's how it looks. But the thing is, like, if you know your enemy, right? Or perhaps, there's a little bit of bias as to, who's going to pass which direction, right? I think, really good Brawl Stars players know that, this game, right? Despite when things look random, right? They sometimes have a little bit of hidden odds in there that you can exploit, right? Trev, I hope you're on board with me on this one, right? I mean, I have a tendency to always pass to the left. That's just me, and perhaps by, well, you never know what these teams do to prepare, right? Do we expect to pass on the left side, or what's the deal?
I mean, there is always some thought process, behind which side you're shooting. A lot of the time, it just stems to what your opponent in goal's doing, but Linane obviously clearly did a really good job of preventing MA, or BBG, should I say, from seeing what he was doing. But heading on into minecart now, we are seeing direct, I've seen 2 of the brawlers being directly mirrored. But then the Sprout versus Barley on this left-hand lane, and I'm really looking towards the Sprout to win this, just with that range extension.
Yep, great comps coming out from both teams. Of course, the Byron 8-bit is a strong one coming out from both teams. The healing boost that Byron gets while standing in that damage booster, Jason forced to walk forward. BBG is able to pick up this gem here. And of course, 8-bit is just such a powerful gem carrier due to his cheat cartridge, the ability to teleport back. Yep, and if you thought you saw 8-bit die there, nope, he just teleported backwards. He just used his escape route right there.
Yeah, MMA looking to pressure aggressively again, but Chaos yet again picking up the kill. Probably going to be looking to wall off this mid here, prevent these Navi players from pushing out the spawn now, and this is exactly what they need. They need this all-out control. Good wall break from MMA there, able to push out with his immunity through those Sprout walls, and now BBG's able to just try and get some control back. But yet again, BA without his turret is going to struggle heavily when BBG's decides to place his.
Yep, as we head into what could actually be a tie here on the gem counts, it's actually looking very clean. Though, the question is, who is going to come out on top? iChaos setting up shop here on the left side, just trying to keep this shield up consistently. That is the name of the game here with Sprout, with the star power to give the shield, is keep that shield up as much as possible. Stay in your bushes as well to keep the heal available to yourself. Guille now just trying to get this turret in an advantageous position. The teleport there coming out from Navi. iChaos getting taken out on the left side, and MMA in a tough position for Guille to be able to deal with. No one is able to access MMA over here. iChaos now looking for this. Wow, unfortunately MMA did get pinched there pretty hard by the minecart. Regardless, though, the 10th gem going to AC Milan Clash as, wow, actually, never mind. Guille dropping all of these gems at mid, though not in a bad position for Trevor to be able to recover this one. This could actually be quite advantageous here for AQM, because now they have one of their power players able to play so much more aggressive. A brawler that's usually on the back line. Of course, we're talking Byron is going to be able to stay on the back line. And the 11th gem once again being picked up there by AQM. iChaos keeping the shield up as much as he possibly can. A nice super there for the defense. And we're heading into the last few seconds of the match. AQM keeping control here, and that is going to be AQM bringing us to the match point.
Absolutely amazing plays from those guys there. I must say Chaos played that absolutely amazingly. Just being able to get that wall down and block off the mid, even for a short amount of time as it did it, allowed his teammates to push up before Navi were able to. And that just allowed him to keep that mid control for the majority of the game and just have that insane pressure on. And that reset did come in from Navi, which allowed them to just buy themselves a bit more time, but they just delaying the inevitable as Guille was able to pick up the kill onto the opposing gem carrier.
Yep, that's pretty much it right there. Though, you know, as far as the mirror matches, I think we're looking pretty in AQM's favor here. I think Navi is going to have to pull out something different, right? Perhaps a counter, or just think like one step ahead of AQM here, because the mirror match I think was pretty decisive, right? Even though the gems got pretty close there at the end, I think it was pretty clear who had control for the majority of the game.
Well, I mean, honestly, it kind of switched halfway through, considering Navi had that, like, I think it was like a 6-2 gem lead off the start, but honestly, as I said, Chaos just playing absolutely incredibly, and they were able to just maintain control for the rest of the game. But it was just that reset that kind of allowed Navi to retake that control towards the end.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. Just, you know, great play there as well from both teams, though we are going to have to see Navi step it up here if they want to take this set back. They are teetering on the possibility of getting eliminated from this best of 16 round. iChaos trying to get this defense. Of course, Jason once again coming up. Wow! And the double kill there on the bats. Phenomenal play there from Jason. Of course, we've seen Jason bringing out great Mortis plays all day. And looks like Navi, they're not ready to finish things off without a little bit of Mort here right at the end.
Look towards these 3 gems now. Guille is able to push up for them in the wall yet again coming in. Mortis doesn't manage to break it with his immunity in time. And now this is a huge lead for Clash, and they're just going to be backing off now as this sandstorm is placed down. But Jason coming in hot, taking him down. He's going to be able to get out too with this gadget, but the wall being placed from Chaos isn't going to prevent much as he gets around that right-hand side. Healing wins as well, so he's going to be topping off his HP, and they've got some coming back to do now.
Wow, this is phenomenal coming out from Navi. The problem is for Navi, though, that now we just cannot see the aggressive play that we're used to from Jason. Or is he? He's gonna go for it. The Madman, he's not able to get the bats off in time. BBG's trying to get this kill on the Guille, but Guille is able to take these gems back. Though this could actually be a good position for Jason, as Jason managed to split that gem count. So he's able to get some onto his teammates, though had to give some up to his enemies. Great super there from Trevor to pick up the kill. Guille ready with that teleport whenever, though Jason is going to get rid of that turret, so Guille does not have that availability of the cheat cartridge. We see the super going down for Navi, and Jason is looking for the perfect opportunity, the perfect assault, but he has been spotted here by iChaos. Jason now going once again for the double bats, gets it once again, the heal from iChaos, and despite bumping into the minecart, stays alive here. Looking very nice here actually for Navi, as they're looking just to get a little bit more damage. Need the triple bats. The triple bats coming in from Jason, not able to find the connection on that last super, though looks like Navi is going to be keeping control here and taking us once again into match point, though we could see the reverse sweep just beginning to happen.
Yeah, I must say, Jason always ceases to amaze me on this Mortis. Always seems to be cycling these bats and getting the kills required. It was definitely a high risk, high reward play going in with its 8 gems, but I think it was probably a good decision to take. Obviously, it didn't end up in his favor, but it resulted in the win regardless. So, I mean, it's always a good play in my eyes.
Yeah, I think that was pretty important there from Jason, because his other option was just to sort of just try and exist and force his teammates to fight a 2v3 for the remainder of the match. So I think it was, you know, a great play there to take all the gems, but man, Jason had to get rid of those gems somehow, because it's not going to work when your gem carrier is supposed to be the more aggressive player on your team, or at least they can only really fill their role when they are playing hyper aggressive. And I think that was good there for Jason to go down and still get some gems back to his team. It didn't just give them all, of course, to AQM. So because of that, Jason was actually able to go aggro once again, and I mean the rest is history, right? We saw a great comeback there from Navi as they were able to maintain that lead. So that takes us into game number 3 here in set number 2, and this one still, once again, the match point. AQM, they need to take this game here if they want to advance to the next round.
Are going to be playing Amber now, and they've decided to bring back out the Barley from MMA. Yeah, some really nice and convincing shots on BBGs off the start, but he has been taken down to the same amount of HP from the Barley pinch. Chaos does pick up the kill on BBGs though, giving the control to Clash, but depending on how long that's going to be. But Guille has managed to pick up the super and provide it to this Amber on the left.
Yeah, and we also see Amber has that turret available, and this is going to be a big one, in fact, because she's going to be able to pump out so much damage, especially at long range, though MMA is having none of that. MMA is just looking for this last hit on that turret, but it's not going to come easy. iChaos is not giving it up easily, or at least not without a fight. BBG's now over on the right side here. Jason getting taken down by Trevor, and BBG's has no support to keep himself alive. The triple pinch there, and it's going to be just enough to take down BBG's, though a minecart coming in is threatening to separate AQM from the gems they just fought so hard for. Guille in a precarious situation as he's forced to retreat and give up that turret there to MMA, though AC Milan Clash just 2 gems away from beginning this countdown in a decisive victory.
Navi with all the control now, and that can be boding like pretty badly for Clash, as Navi's just got this Barley that's just going to be able to provide so helpful, but he does go down, and this is where Clash really need to be pushing out and getting the value in this mid back and picking up these remaining 2 gems, and they do get a good spawn here. 1 gem remaining for the side of Clash.
Yep, just a little bit of RNG is all we need to see. Guille not able to get this gem in time. That minecart crossed his path just as that gem spawned. Navi now going to capitalize on a couple of gems that spawned on AC Milan Clash's side, or perhaps not actually. Guille just going to be given these for free, getting that teleport back, and Navi is going to have an immensely difficult time pushing in here. Looks like this one is history already. AC Milan Clash taking game number 3 here in set number 2 and advancing to the round of 8.
I must say, very well played from Navi on the end of things. I feel like they really did deserve at least one or even possibly the second set with some of the performance they did have. Would have loved to see that go down to the hot zone, as I feel like that's what not only did they deserve, but it would have been an absolutely amazing game to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, always love seeing both of these teams play. It's unfortunate that we did see Navi go down here in the round of 16, though that will be taking AC Milan Clash to the next round. I gotta say, I love seeing the plays come out from both of these teams. I do think facing up against the likes of AC Milan Clash does tend to bring out the best in teams, though, you know, even though, right, sometimes their enemies can take a bit of a beating. So I'm looking forward to our next game involving AC Milan Clash, headed into our next round. We saw them perform very, very well. Unfortunate there for Navi, but of course, this is just qualifier number 2. There's another qualifier, and then there is a last chance qualifier here in Brawl Masters. So just a little bit of foreshadowing for you.
Always good to have those points on the board for Clash, guaranteed now. And that's going to be adding to the already good total they had in the previous time. Looking back at the bracket now, going to be powered by G Fuel, and all of the quarterfinals have been decided now, and absolutely phenomenal games, I must say. 4 top-tier games between AC Milan Clash, Reply Totem, Blood Diamond and Big, SK Gaming versus EXO Free Agents, which is the one I've really got my eyes on, and Tribe Gaming versus Mindless Riders.
Wow, yep, I completely agree with you on that one. SK versus XO, that is going to be just a spectacle that you won't want to miss. That takes us pretty much completely into the quarterfinals, so all of our round of 16 stuff is over with. It's done, it's history, it's dusted. We're moving into the most important games so far today. The quarterfinals are coming up very, very soon. And of course, as Trav said, we got some just absolute bangers coming up after this break. So we are going to go to a short break to give our teams a little bit of time to rest, give you a little bit of time to rest, because I know, watching these matches and being on the edge of your seat, right, it does kind of get your heart rate up, and you do need a little bit of a break to get a little bit of rest. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will see you after the break for the quarterfinals. Welcome back, everyone. I am ready, set. I'm joined here by Trav. I hope you had a fantastic break and got a bit of a breather to prepare for our next match. It is going to be Blood Diamond versus Big. We're here in the quarterfinals of the second qualifier here for Brawl Masters Spring 2021 here in EU, and I could not be more excited for the quarterfinal matches. We have some absolute bangers coming up, and this first one is one of them, Trav.
Blood Diamond versus Big coming up next with two absolutely incredible teams, obviously from the European region. Blood Diamond being Javi, Rafa, I think Dance and Shiva will be coming in as well. And Big obviously have such a powerhouse roster in Nadine, Lars and Sugar. Two very, very strong teams, two top 8 European teams who are going to be facing off each other against each other in these quarterfinals.
Yep, and get used to it, guys, because we're going to be seeing a lot of top-tier EU teams facing off against each other in the quarterfinals. And, well, the bitter and unfortunate truth is that only 2 of these teams are going to be, or rather, only, I think my math is right. 4 of these teams are going to be headed on to the semifinals, and it's just going to be fantastic to watch. Though, right off the bat, some great players facing off against each other. Though the thing is, their journey does not end here, right? Of course, they head on to the semifinals where they're going to be facing tougher and tougher teams. We have some very strong teams in the brackets today. We have SK, we have AC Milan Clash, right? Someone that, you know, an NA pleb like me would be quite familiar with, but just a little bit of a precursor for our upcoming matches, though very soon we will be heading into Blood Diamond versus Big, and I mean, well, we'll be getting the word on what sort of maps and modes they're banning. Of course, we have the draft mode. This is a little bit different than, or well, actually, okay, let's be fair. It's a lot different than a traditional game mode or format that these players are familiar with. But the thing that remains consistent is that the most adaptable players are going to remain on top, and we have the mode and brawler bans coming in, Trav.
The modes that are going to be banned are Hot Zone and Bounty from Blood Diamond, and then Big have come in with the ban on Gem Grab, then went on to pick Siege, which is some assembly required. Swapping back to Blood Diamond yet again, Super Stadium being picked from them in the Brawl Ball set, and then the remaining game will be decided on Hot Potato or Heist, if it does go that far.
Yeah, so something I want to comment on is we have seen Stu and Poco banned in every single match that we have casted so far, and I guess people just really don't. I mean, okay, no one likes Stu. Let's be fair, but Poco, okay. I mean, Poco, you know, Poco goes loco. Poco's kind of like, you know, irritating, but we've seen the Poco ban in every single match, so I guess people really don't want to see the Poco double tanks coming out. But just considering the sort of map lineup that we have, I wouldn't really expect Poco on Hot Potato. Neither would I expect him on some assembly, right? Unless we see like a considerable amount of wall break. Super Stadium, okay, maybe you could see Poco there, but I feel like that's a very specific ban, considering that Poco is only really going to be played, or only really would have been played on one of these maps, and it's the second map.
Obviously just very, very terrified of the brawler then. If they're willing to just ban one brawler just because of a specific game mode, obviously can be quite a decisive one, being the second set. It's make or break there for one of the teams. So yeah, we are going to be seeing some assembly required first, and first timing watching Siege today. I mean, I think it's the first time it's been picked, and I'm honestly quite looking forward to it, as it's one of my favorite modes.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a psychological warfare coming out from Big, because they're picking Siege first. And Siege, I mean, you know, of course, being one of our favorite game modes, I think for me, at least, it's because it has so much depth, and it can be hard to get a grasp of what exactly is going on. Siege, I mean, it clicks at some point for everyone, but even when it clicks, right, you are later down the line reminded that no, man, you don't understand how this game works, and you get your butt handed to you by some sort of strategy that you never thought would work, but just because of the depth and the complexity of Siege, right, it happens to work. I think Big right here, they're hoping to get a little bit of momentum off of some assembly required, and that is going to wear down Blood Diamond as they head into set number 2. That is just my prediction, right? Because Trav, you know, of course, you said it best. Momentum is such a huge factor in how these matches play out. So, of course, The Siege coming right off the bat, looking perhaps to confuse a little bit on Big here, and then send themselves into a nice little bit of a victory and steam through set number 2.
I mean, I totally agree with you there, and the fact that it can be a bit of a mind game picking Siege first. Obviously, I feel like Big are quite strong on that. I've seen that quite a prominent mode in their arsenal, and obviously, so as they've managed to pick it over both Brawl Ball, which is quite a lot of teams' favored mode, as well as Heist, which is a bit more steady in terms of the meta, as well as the unpredictableness of the mode. But obviously, really looking to see some of these Max, Gene, and Sandy comp, but we are going to be seeing a very, very different comp to that from the side of Blood Diamond as we do load in. But Big have decided to go with the stereotypical comp.
Yep, the stereotypical comp. They're not creative. Yeah, but Blood Diamond, they're coming out with the Bell, Colt, and Frank. It's a couple of wall breakers and one brawler who can deal some massive damage to that bot. Of course, we're talking Bell, right? Bell's able to get that damage amplifier onto the bot and get nearly a 100% defense all by herself, and it's just positively massive, though Big proving here you don't need a damage amplifier to get a nice defense. Of course, though, that's not really the goal of the first Siege here. The goal of the first Siege is to get free mid control from that Siege bot. Rafa just needs to stay alive here. The pull from Sugar able to get that kill with the help of Lars here. And Blood Diamond now starting to lose this lead as Rafa is really struggling to find an opportunity to use this super.
Here you see where this comp really starts to rein in as they do start getting the supers and they start chaining them. And you're going to see a lot more control on their part as the Sandy super comes down, as well as the max speed starting to come in. It's going to be so hard for the likes of a Colt and a Bell to be able to hit these shots, and you're seeing this now as they've picked up the Siege as well as evening out the bolts for the next round. Lars going to be popping that sleep stimulator, just ensuring that he's at a good amount of HP to be able to prevent this push out that Blood Diamond are going to attempt to do.
Ouch, and it does look like Blood Diamond's going to take a little bit of damage on their Ike, but they're also tied up on the bullet count here at the end of this game here. The last Siege bot is incoming. The question is, though, that was a bit of an interesting pull there from Big, though. The question is, though, is Rafa going to be able to get near this enemy Ike? It's looking quite unlikely. I do think this is a particularly interesting one, actually, because Rafa voluntarily allowed that Siege bot to get 10% on their Ike, and then just sort of moved off to the side, right? And when it could have been a 100% defense had he sacrificed just a little bit of health. Perhaps Blood Diamond just knew that they were not really going to be able to win this last Siege. Perhaps maybe weren't expecting the Sandy Max Gene, though I don't see how you wouldn't expect the most popular comp in the game. I think this was just a tough one here for Blood Diamond because they were expecting to have a bit of an easier time with Frank over here. Expected Frank just to be able to kind of walk around, pick up some bolts, but the thing is there was just so much wall break coming out from Big there that they were not really able to compete with the amount of range that that they were expected to put up against.
Well, I must say, I did like the thought process behind Blood Diamond's comp, to be honest, but clearly it's just always overshadowed by the fact that Gene, Max, and Sandy synergize so well together. The Sandstorms coming down, the Max speeds, as well as the Gene pulls, all synergize together to form this cohesive unit that can just be cycled over and over again, and that's really preventing the sharpshooters to hit the shots, and from Frank to be able to get his supers and defend these bots as well as they'd like to.
Yep, well, we'll have to see, right? Unfortunately, we didn't really see many, like, OP Frank stuns coming out there. Of course, Big, they were being very cautious about that one. They didn't want to get too close. They didn't want to feed Frank a super. Frank gets a super very quickly. So, just something to keep in mind as we head into game number 2. Big currently favored here. They managed to pick up the first game. Of course, this was their choice for set number 1. They wanted to be able to play some assembly required here, and they are just killing it. Lara is able to pick up this kill on the left side. Rafa just looking for this next super, though Sugar able to get this super and the little gadget right there to secure a kill and get this bot in on the safe. Big, they are fully committing on the, or, well, never mind. I spoke too soon. They are not committing on this one. They are doing the opposite of committing. They walked in a little bit and then decided to completely bail, though. A well-timed sandstorm coming out from Big is going to help them maintain control of mid. And that is going to be perhaps this next bot going to Big as well. Don't want to speak too soon. But with 15 seconds left and Blood Diamond not looking like they have too great of control over mid, you know what, Trev? I'm just going to let you do everything for me because it seems like I have the caster curse. Everything I say is not going to happen, happens immediately after.
Well, Big are going to be picking up this bot, but you got to look towards Blood Diamond's bolt count. If they can get such a good defense here, it's going to be really difficult to Big to be able to pick up all 7 bolts and get this pressure back in their favor. So it looks like they're going to be committing for quite a bit of damage here as the bolt does eventually come through. Pull onto the boss from Rafa though, but the damage is still raining on the safe. Sleep Stimulator coming in from Lars, just trying to maintain that HP, be able to stay in the zone, and all the damage rains in now, and this is looking like it might be a finish, but no, the tank's coming from Blood Diamond, and they've got a 7 lead, and they're going to be looking for huge damage on their push coming up.
Oh my gosh, the amount of tanking that came out there. What, just absolutely phenomenal. We didn't see any of our enemies able to land any shots on that Ike there towards the end. Just spectacular body blocking there, but Big, they're not about to give up this opportunity. The level 10 siege bot coming out, and it is a speedy one. Just the perfect bolt count there to achieve a very fast purple bot. Blood Diamond able to secure a bunch of kills here. The question is, are they going to be able to deal 91% of damage? Javi now getting on the safe. Rafa, though, finding a similar position there to where he put Big in this last push. Just got body blocked there right at the end. Of course, Big, they're able to do much of the same that Blood Diamond did to them. Phenomenal defense there from Big, and that is going to be Big winning the set that they chose for themselves. So set number 1 in the books. We're heading into set number 2 with Big leading by 1 point.
Gotta bear in mind, Blood Diamond are clearly feeling confident on this Brawl Ball set, so you can't count them out just yet, even though it was such a good set from Big. It was their pick. Obviously a map that they're hugely comfortable on. So Blood Diamond looking to try and get back in their rhythm now, just trying to roll it back out for this set and get these comps down, get the picks in their favor, and then obviously heading on to Hot Potato. If it does go that far, the momentum's going to be shifted in their favor, and that's where they can really start to excel.
Yeah, momentum is key here. I think this was a real momentum killer for Blood Diamond because Big, right, they wanted to play Siege first because they wanted it to be a momentum killer there for Blood Diamond. Whatever Blood Diamond did before the match, right, that is nothing now, right? It's gone. It is completely vanished. It's turned to ashes. Big, they have erased that with the win in some assembly required. So really, even though Big is facing a Blood Diamond here on this sort of a Blood Diamond's home field, they have done the pregame, right? They have done the preparation, and they have worn Blood Diamond down just a little bit, especially with some quite frustrating games. We did see, of course, Blood Diamond get that last siege right there, but it just was not enough to get enough damage on the Ike to secure that game for themselves and send us into our 3rd game of set number 1. So, Big looking pretty promising coming into this one. They've done the proper preparation. Blood Diamond, if they don't start to show some signs of perhaps coming back and starting to get into the groove of things once again, then they are done here. So, Blood Diamond, of course, if they lose a set, then they're kind of out of the question. But if they do have a bit of a rocky set here and struggle to find their footing, even if they manage to go into set number 3, it's gonna be rough with that momentum killer that was set number 1.
I must say, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of Blood Diamond's players and coach and staff, I will say all my preparations going out the window after that game, because clearly their analytics and stuff just weren't on point to be able to get these favorable matchups, and that just didn't turn out in their favor. So honestly, in my eyes, they're just going to be winging it now, trying to pull out some really risky comps to be able to try and take Big by surprise and shift it back in their favor.
Yeah, I agree with you on the analytics bit right there, because I mean, surely the sort of frank madness that we saw coming out was based on something, right? But it just didn't seem to be based on the right things. And like you said, it's got to be out the window now, right? We're going to be surprising Big here, and that's going to be our new strategy. But of course, that is what we see from the best players, is their ability to adapt and try new strategies. Just adapt to what works. Rafa able to slip this one into the goal. And that is going to be our easy first goal coming out from Blood Diamond, or perhaps they just make it look easy. The comp this time is an interesting one for sure. We see Blacksea on this left side able to get that elimination on Sugar very quickly, and Blood Diamond doing what they do best, playing a Brawl Ball, finishing off this first game in less than 30 seconds. 29 seconds for the first game, and we're heading into game number 2 already.
Exactly the game Blood Diamond needed to get their heads straight, and obviously I'm not sure that was really a matchup in their favor with the Nita and the Ruffs as well as the Bell. It's just really good against the tanks, and you really don't expect a Frank and a Mortis to be able to walk over that comp like that with no repercussions.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting one. I mean, of course, we saw like Blacksea on the left side, of course, with the Nita matchup. That's unfavorable, right? You don't want to be faced against a bear, much less a bear with, of course, well, whatever it's called. It's like faux fur or something like that. The second gadget. It's that one. It's the one with the shield, right? You don't want to be solo against that right there, but it was handled pretty well. I think the game would have panned out a bit differently if we saw it head on just a little bit longer. It would have been a much tougher matchup there for Blacksea, but overall well handled there actually by Blood Diamond, and we're going to be heading into game number 2.
I must say, would like to be in Blood Diamond's shoes after that win. Obviously, they have dropped the first set, but you know, that was just so dominant, way more dominant than Big were at all in Siege. Being able to walk over that comp in 29 seconds with what I would like to say was not really too much of a counter at all. It really much just put them in a good mental position heading into this game. And they are going to be playing the exact same comp again, feeling confident in it, but you've got to be looking towards Lars with that extreme counter of the spike against both of the Frank and the Mortis. But it looks like they're coming on top yet again in this early push.
Yep, there is such a thing as flying too close to the sun. Sometimes the Spike goes, what are you going to do? Get close to me? Yeah, I didn't think so. But then someone gets close to Spike, and then Spike has a really bad day, to say the least. Though Rafa is keeping up this fight on the lane versus Lars. It looks like the super is going to be his undoing, though Lars is just inching up. Already learned from his mistakes, is not going to get too close to Rafa here. Lars backing up once again, maintaining his distance. That's going to be his main advantage over Rafa here on the Frank, is that he has the range advantage. Blacksea on the right side now looking for this opportunity. Sugar, ooh, what a rough position, though. A great defense there by Rafa, able to get that elimination. And this fight is going to be returning to mid, though Rafa has his work cut out for him, especially because he's not going to have an easy lane switch up. Blacksea is not going to really be able to switch onto this lane versus Lars because, of course, Blacksea has to get right on top of Lars to get any sort of damage, and that is the position where Lars can pump out loads of damage. So here comes that last power-up from Big Sugar, able to get that kill onto Blacksea, and it just could not be clear who is in the lead right here. Big, they are fed. We see Sugar looking for this last power-up, and that is going to be the final nail in the coffin. We're going to see Big as powered up as they can possibly be in Blood Diamond in a tricky situation.
Rafa does have this damage booster on his head as well, which is going to be so even more difficult for him to beat Lars on this lane, as well as the whole team of Big just juiced up now. Sugar managing to pick up that super finally for himself, going breaking a bit more of the map up. But looking towards this overtime, obviously that's what Big are doing. The fertilize being used by Lars now. Rafa's got some seriously good positioning, though. With this super, it's not a position you want to be for Big, and the super comes in from Blacksea now, and this is where it could all go wrong for them, even with all these counters. But Lars picks up the kills, and this might be a breakaway. It's looking like he's going to be able to slot this goal in.
Wow, what a turn of events. It couldn't have looked more decisive there from Blood Diamond, especially Rafa there with the super. But Lars coming through with the pin cushion, the gadget to end things off and walk all the way to the end of the field. Of course, Spike doing his little jig with his arms swinging, putting that one in the goal and putting a bit of an end to Blood Diamond's decisive streak there. Now we see a Big bringing us to the match point. This is not what we expected to see here in Brawl Ball, but the counter pick seemed to be all they needed.
I must say, a bit of a weird decision from Blood Diamond to play the same comp yet again after such a dominant game. They're obviously going to probably swap to a bit more of a even heavier counter, which is exactly what they did with the Spike, getting them all powered up. And it was just too much for them to handle in the long run, especially when those damage boosters started coming from Bell.
Yeah, I gotta say, it didn't look too optimistic there for Big when we saw just the early kill from Rafa on the Frank onto Spike, right? Spike just flying a little bit too close to the sun, and I was just thinking to myself like, oh, don't get close to Spike, and then Spike goes down. I'm like, oh wow. I mean, that's not really what I was expecting, though. I think very quickly Big adapted to the situation, right? We saw a bit of a gameplay change there, Spike, and not necessarily going as aggressive, just looking to get that control. We see Spike, getting control on Rafa for the entire game, just barely hitting him, just getting some shots, threatening him with that super, with the lane control. Of course, that was really the undoing, I believe, of Blood Diamond right there, was the slow from the Spike. I mean, as far as counters go, right, that is pretty much the first step to countering tanks with Spike, is getting that slow down and getting them just where you need them. It's funny, right, because it seems like the tank counters, what seems to be one of their main enemies, is actually being slowed down. We see it from Jessie with her gadget. We see it with Spike. We see it with B. Though Blood Diamond now switching to this new strat. Oh no! What an oversight there from Big, as they let that ball go right between their legs into the goal, and an easy first goal for Blood Diamond.
Blood Diamond with an absolutely amazing start, just what they needed, and Rafa got some good control on his right hand side, just able to peek Sugar when he really does want to, and that's going to be exactly when he overextends the tiniest bit. But a few shots coming in from Dean onto Javi, going to be bouncing onto Rafa, bringing him down, but he does heal up nicely, and Lars pushing aggressively now with this fertilizer, taking Blacksy off his desired position, and keeping this control of this lane now as Dean starts to pinch.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think that was the ball slipping through there on that first goal, just like 15 seconds into the game. It's hard to determine what do you chalk that up to. I think that was not even necessarily a issue of comps or lane matchups. It's just a bit of miscommunication, as Big, they did not expect that ball to move all the way up the field through mid. They were expecting to go for their lane matchups, though of course that is not what happened. Now take a look at the right side. Loads of walls opened up here for Sugar, who's looking to get a little bit more control on Rafa, who's on this Sandy. Of course, the wall peak is paramount with Sandy, but eliminating those walls means, well, you can't wall peak without walls. That's the problem there. Though Rafa is going to be able to get some nice control on this long range area. We see the super coming in, the Rude Sands as well. The kill onto Sugar, phenomenal play there from Rafa, able to get such an explosive kill right there. Though we do see Javi taking down Nadine here, and that is going to be Big once again, moving up to Blood Diamonds into the field.
Big going to be pressing down the side now, and that little trip mine from Nadine is going to be revealing where Blacksy is, and he does get taken out eventually. But 25 seconds remaining, it's going to be looking quite bleak for Big to be able to bring this back, as Dean does eventually start pushing up, and the shots are going to be connecting, as well as the damage booster. Lars needs to make something happen very, very soon, though, with this fertilized super. Big going to be breaking this right-hand side wall now, trying to get that power up, push onto this ball, but it doesn't look like it's going to come in as the kills start raining in, and this is going to be a third set decider.
Wow, and what an upset as well, especially considering that first goal. An upset just as far as the determining goal for that game, right, was one where we just saw it just passed right between Big's legs there. Though that is going to take us, as Trav said, into our third and final set here on Hot Potato. And I gotta say, I love this map. I love the brawlers that come out on this map. Though, one thing to keep in mind is that we do see the Barley ban, and Barley is pretty much a go-to on this map, but something that we've been seeing more and more of is the Speed, BB, and Edgar coming out here for the base race sort of approach here on Hot Potato.
Honestly, I've been seeing a lot of the likes of Rico, and Colette slotted in quite heavily as a mid here too. Just being able to use that super onto the safe when he gets that good positioning. It's just so vital, but Ruff's obviously as well, so strong, and even better with Barley out of the meta. But yeah, Rico, Colette, and Ruffs would probably be the best comp in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, strong brawlers, of course. Colette is such a strong brawler. Rico is so great for that control. Colette, usually you're just using her for the super, right? You get that 13%. You love to see it, right? Sometimes you can farm him up. Byron, of course, is in the equation and has long range, so we could see the Byron Colette coming out. We'll have to see. taking a look at our comps, nope, none of the above. It is going to be Bell coming out, though. Trav, you were right on the Rico. We see it, the loaded Rico coming out on the left side from both teams, as well as the Ronin Roughs on the right side from both teams. The main difference here is the Colette versus the Bell. And looks like actually Javi is having a little bit of control here. The thing is, though, Colette is faced with a bit of a counter. What counters Colette, though, is probably what you're scratching your head thinking right now. Well, thing is, Colette kind of is countered by basically anything that outranges her, right? That is the Colette counter right there, and that is, well, Bell pretty much fits the bill. Getting in here, though, looking for this range to get that first 13%. There it comes. Now bringing the safe down to 77%, and Big is looking very good here. In fact, they have the control of mid, and Hot Potato is notoriously hard to push out of spawn on.
I must say that connection from Javi there on the damage booster to Dean has really provided him with such a good comeback of control. And Blacksea obviously with the super now too, as well as the power-up from the Roughs. Really should be doing quite a lot of work here, which he is. We've always got to bear in mind, once Dean's healed up, starts coming down with the super and the power-up, he's just going to rain so much damage with his super, and Blacksea providing so useful with that power-up and super, taking down 2 members of the opposing team. And this is where the BD really starts to keep in control.
Yep, BD getting nice control here, and now the tables are starting to turn. The one thing, actually, that Blood Diamond is lacking here is the Colette, but they're just showing that they don't need it. They're already taking this lead with a powered-up Rico alone. Sugar almost gonna fall to his pinch. Now we see Javi taking this kill. Wow, Javi popping off, hitting a double tap there on Lars, and keeping control of mid for Blood Diamond, opening up this opportunity for Blacksea and Rafa to push back up once again. Blacksea looking to find his footing, getting a nice clip there onto Needing, and here comes the damage. Of course, the super bouncy coming out from Blacksea to get some extra damage on the save. Rafa also using that super to get extra damage, though Needing looking to get this. No! What an unfortunate event there. The bear trap exploding and slowing down Big there. That is going to be this first game going to Blood Diamond and bringing us to match point.
I must say, Blood Diamond with an absolutely amazing comeback there against Big. Obviously, had such good control for the start, but Javi absolutely popping off as the map started to break up, connecting these damage amplifiers for him and his teammates, as well as getting the power-ups. He's just going to be so dominant when the map starts to be broken up by the Roughs gadget. I mean, super.
Yeah, the one that I'm still hung up on is we see Colette heading right towards Blood Diamond safe, threatening to deal loads and loads of damage. Was it going to be enough to equalize like the 34%? No, but it was going to be lots of damage. But the thing is, Blood Diamond, they accounted for that, right? They stuck the trap there, and it slowed down Colette to where she just could not reach the safe. And then of course we see refs turn right back around and go pew, and there goes Colette, right? Colette's down, and that was that was just phenomenal to watch. It just goes to show that Blood Diamond, right? They got a plan, right? And it seems like they do have a backup plan most at times, and that of course is a perfect example, though. I mean, Big, they gotta have a backup plan right here because they are on the verge of getting knocked out of the quarterfinals now, and therefore the remainder of the tournament today, they are gonna have to come back in the next set of qualifiers unless they can make up a big deficit right here. Blood Diamond, of course, just needs one more game to close things out. Are they going to be able to finish this one out strong is the question. It could come down to the mirror match here as we see a Big bringing out the Bell this time.
Good connections from Blacksea over this side now, going to be tapping Nadine up a lot, and that's going to allow Javi to get good pressure over this side. Pinch coming in from Rafa, just trying to get a bit of damage on safe, but Javi getting tapped up quite hard now by Sugar, and honestly, for the amount of damage they got, it's really not worth the lack of control they've been provided with now.
Yeah, that is a bit of a tough situation for Blood Diamond here. I think Rafa is really just trying to get aggressive and get that first power-up onto Javi, but the thing is, like, Javi is already at a deficit. I think Big here is proving that just kind of going for a more steady approach, a more passive approach, is also pretty useful in getting supers onto your teammates. So a nice kill there from Blacksea to take down Bell. Javi now has the advantage here and is going straight for the Bell, going for Lars as well. Lars in a tough position, though it doesn't seem like anyone on Blood Diamond is able to touch him. The pinch finally coming through to secure that kill. Sugar now on the left side trying to get some damage as well. Doesn't look like Sugar is able to do actually such a dominating job as Blacksea here on his respective lane. Rafa taking some damage though. Sugar turning this one back around. Really, we need to see Rico keeping control, and then it comes down to the Bell fight at mid to determine who really pushes up through mid. And right now, of course, Javi, ooh, wow, dodging out that Rico super. Javi, of course, has the upper hand here as far as the power-up. A nice tap there from Javi, and that is going to be Blood Diamond getting all over Big Safe.
Must say, absolutely incredible taps from Javi here, and the bouncers were just providing like 1 or 2 kills there to the opposing big side. And they've managed to extend their lead to 23% now, which might not seem a lot, but it is huge, especially when that mine hits and the damage amplifier connects. It's going to be so difficult for Nadine to push back out now, but the kills do come in, and Big aren't looking in a bad spot now.
No, sir, they are not. Rafa over here on the left side just keeping things defended adequately. Dean also with that damage amplifier in a bit of a rough situation. Here comes Sugar, though, fully committing to the safe. Blood Diamond, likewise, they're going to have to fully commit. What a turnaround this has been. That is such an oversight that we just witnessed. Big taking this one back, bringing us to double match point. And that one, I can tell you right now that Blood Diamond, they are just kicking themselves over and over and over right now because they allowed Rico to get on the safe just so that they could gun it for the enemy safe. But just a spectacular defense there from Big and Blood Diamond. They pretty much had this one in the bag, but we're now going to be heading to the double match point.
Must say, classic 2v1 situation there for Blacksea. There was a Bell coming up the mid, and obviously Rico down the left side kind of just appeared like, in hindsight, he just went for the wrong brawler, because obviously Rico's got huge DPS, and especially getting on safe with that gadget provides so much more damage on top of that too. So just choosing the wrong brawler to chase after for the defense there, and it really didn't prove well. Double match point coming up now, and we're wondering if we're going to see this mirror yet again, which I think we will, or if one of the teams is going to change something up as they don't feel confident in their abilities.
That's the thing, right? I think both of these teams felt relatively confident. The only thing that I saw people getting kind of shy on was the Rico, but the Rico is an absolute must on this map, especially when you're faced up against an enemy Rico, because you know what are you gonna do to deal with it, right? Okay, maybe what are you gonna, like, run Surge or something? Okay, now Surge is not useful for the entire rest of the match, right? You wasted your 3 teleports and then it's over. We have to see the Rico from both teams running Rico on their respective right lanes. Blacksea, of course, looking for some damage on either Nadine or Lars here. Gonna get like a shot here or there, but really it's just about opening up opportunities for his teammates. Though Sugar taking a vastly different approach, despite having a similar matchup there to Blacksea, manages to push through on this left lane and really capitalize on things. Blacksea, though, looking to maintain control. We could have seen Blacksea actually move up and deal damage to the safe. Looks like he's actually going to do that now, though. Did spend quite a bit of time just kind of waiting for his teammates to come back. He was just looking for control of mid. But often, one of the best ways to keep control of mid is to push up a little bit and then fall back while defending. Just fall back to mid and get some aggressive shots in. As they say, right, the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, I must say, they're always looking towards Sugar to make these explosive plays towards the safe, as well as getting the pickups on brawlers and opening spots up for Big to push through. And now it's just Rafa left alone on this left-hand side as Blacksea gets pinched too. And Sugar yet again making some progress at this left-hand side and allowing Dean to come through the mid and hit a few shots on to the roughs. And now it is going to come through, and the pickup onto the safe as well. It's going to bounce onto Javi, and the damage starts rolling in.
Wow, a little bit of deja vu there with Blacksea, of course, just going for the defense on the right lane when he supposedly could have played a little bit more aggressive. Didn't want to risk getting pinched there, though it was a nice kill by Blacksea onto Lars. Lars has actually willingly put himself in a very tough situation. Blacksea now going to go for yet more control here at mid. This is a rough one, actually, because it looks like most of the damage on Blood Diamond Safe has in fact come from Sugar. Though Blacksea, though Rico, who is doing a great job at getting control on lane, is not going for damage on the safe. Are we going to see a very aggressive push here from Blood Diamond as we head into the last moments of the game? Sugar looking to pick up a kill, actually inadvertently picks up the kill on Blacksea from just left field. Rafa now forced to fall back and looking for some damage on Sugar, but it's just not enough. Blacksea looking for a bit of damage. Blacksea not able to get this one in the bag. That is going to be this match going to big in a bit of a, well, not a big, a massive turn of events in the final set.
Yeah, I must say, Big coming through with that play. I mean, Sugar was just such a dominant force on that left-hand side that we saw him pushing down so much on. And he was the main damage dealer, or at least the person who's making these main plays and opening up Dean to get some damage. It just always resulted in Blood Diamond playing so defensively and just trying to respond to the opponent's movements, and they just weren't really making any that they could exploit.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate news right there. So I guess the key is just don't make mistakes, right? That's how you play Brawl Stars. and it's crucial. Consistency is absolutely crucial. Any pro player can tell you, right, that good teammates are the ones that are consistent, because that way you can trust your teammate, you can have faith in your teammate to, when you pass in the ball, that they are going to put in the goal, for instance, right? And that is something that unfortunately we saw lacking a little bit, was the consistency. So back to the drawing board, in fact, for Blood Diamond. Despite being a very strong team in this competition, we are going to see Big move into the semifinals. Up next, we got Tribe Gaming versus Mindless Riders. And of course, you know both of these teams. Neither of them need an introduction. Tribe Gaming, of course, well, let's give them an introduction anyway, I suppose. Tribe Gaming, of course, your former tea drinkers roster. I assume they're still drinking tea, but now they're doing it with the red jerseys on. Tribe, care to tell us anything about Mindless Riders?
I mean, from what I know, I'm not too familiar with the roster, but I do believe they are a Russian team. Obviously proving themselves kind of worthy. I think this is their second quarterfinals in a row through these open qualifiers. So obviously proving themselves worthy of the spot, getting this far. Obviously going to be quite a strong team being able to make it this far. And Tribe Gaming, obviously a hugely formidable opponent for them.
Yeah, definitely a formidable opponent. It's going to be a tough one, right? Mindless Riders, of course, being a little bit unfamiliar, right? Of course, really what we know them from is being in the last round of qualifiers here in EU, though Mindless Riders, as far as, players, do we know them, or do we know really their track record? Not necessarily. So Mindless Riders, they have the advantage of knowing quite a bit more about the players on Tribe Gaming and what they're sort of used to, right? And they can play against Tribe Gaming, but the thing is, that sort of strategy, it only gets you so far. You do have to have very good core mechanics and just be good at playing Brawl Stars rather than just playing against your opponent. And we have the mode bans and the map selections coming in.
I will say I do like this, both Heist and Siege being banned by Tribe, trying to get those slightly more RNG modes out of the way, and then Hot Zone going to be banned by Mindless Riders, and they're going to be picking Shooting Star, which I feel is a very weird pick to make on this map, as you're really forcing out the mirror comps against a team as formidable as Tribe. I wouldn't really see that coming at all. And then Tribe went on to pick Super Stadium, which is obviously going to be Brawl Ball, everybody's favorite mode. And then Minecart Madness as the decider if it does go that far, which is obviously the map that is least recognized out of these, but it always seems to be able to trickle on the end.
Trav, you say Brawl Ball, everyone's favorite mode, but my favorite mode is Solo Showdown. What am I supposed to do now, right? A funny one. Ready, set, bringing down the house with yet another banger. Though, I mean, our brawler bans, of course, right? Bell is not in play this time. Actually, we've seen a lot of people not banning Bell. Not exactly sure why, because Bell is so strong. Though on some of these maps, right, Bell was not necessarily the strongest pick, though we have seen her picked a lot, right? We saw it a little bit on, for instance, well, basically some of our maps we didn't see Bell coming out. though that is just something to keep in mind, right? Is it's not going to prevent that much of stuff from happening, just those odd comps where Bell is not going to be present. Though the Max and the Barley bands coming out, of course, just strong brawlers. We're not going to see that Sandy Max or the Gene Max coming out, so that is going to ease off the pace of the maps just a little bit. Though keep in mind, we still do have the presence of course, our Nanny that we love so much on Shooting Star. We have our Piper. Those are also possibilities. We have the Byron still in play. Sprout also still in play. Tick still in play. Lots of strong brawlers that we still have in play. I mean, the thing is, banning 4 brawlers, it doesn't take that much out of the game, especially considering that we have 46 brawlers in the game now.
Yeah, I will say, obviously playing the comps that everybody was expecting, being the Piper, Tick, and Nanny. Such prominent comps, and 2 early kills come in, and as Spen picks up 1 and Tom the other. And that is a 5-0 lead directly off the start for Tribe, and that's exactly what they'll be wanting to happen.
Yep, greatly timed gadget there from Tom as he's popping that last hurrah to stay alive. This is key, actually. This is exactly how you want to play Tick on this map. You want to rush towards the blue star and pop that last hurrah to stay alive. That's the actual last hurrah coming out from Tom. And this could be a little bit hazardous. In fact, he's not going to be able to tank any more shots from Piper. Great defense there. Yeah, I would be angry too if I were Nanny, because he was not able to get that peep onto Tom. Instead, it ran into the Tick super. It's a frustrating one for sure. It's hard to recall sometimes that you know we're gonna see that explosion happen if you pilot the peep into Tick super. Tom firing off just one super after the other and keeping Mindless Riders back, though things are starting to equalize out just a little bit. 10 stars to 7 as we head into the last bit of this match.
Small amount of Tom's wall has been broken, going to be allowing the pinches to come in a lot more heavy. And honestly, this match is way closer than what was shown at the start in an instant 5-0 for Tribe. And Casey falling one shot too. Tick going to be looking like he's in a bit of a precarious position now. The Nanny head does come in. Piper does opt to use the super to dodge it, but he's going to be swinging that back round. It does come in with the last hurrah, but it's back at him. And takedown comes in as Spen uses his last hurrah too.
Wow, what a play right there. Of course, expected to see Tom go down there, considering that he did use all of those last hurrahs pretty quickly. Though, when that blue star transferred over to Mindless Riders, I thought to myself, man, this one is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a very bitter one. Though, great play there from Spin with the return to sender on that peep. That is going to be this first game going to Tribe Gaming.
I must say, absolutely incredible play from Spen. Obviously, the Nanny already had his selected, so he couldn't just tank that shot and come back into play it sooner. He was destined to be taken down by Spen's return of the return to sender that did come in eventually. A few good showings from Mindless Riders there, bringing it back to a draw after such a bad start. It did show some signs of life, and they're looking to try and repeat that, but a bit earlier on in this game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some signs of life coming out, right? And I think, you know, this, of course, our teams are looking to find their footing, but I don't think it really gets any better from it here, right? You come out of the gates really strong, and then the enemy starts to wear you down. The momentum really starts to get to your head, and that is just, you know, a tough situation, especially considering that Mindless Riders did have the choice of Shooting Stars, right? They were able to choose this map, and they seem to get dominated on the first game. Though we're heading into our second game here, Mindless Riders, they are going to be picking up this blue star right off the bat. Great start there for Mindless Riders. Of course, this is exactly how you want to play it. You want to have Tick with the last hurrah, and you want him to have that blue star. Though the biggest enemy of Tick here is going to be none other than Spin on this Nanny. He's going to have to account for all of the peeps that are going to come in and try and take him out. We already see Nanny from Mindless Riders getting that return to sender, looking to get some damage on Casey, but Casey is just barely out of range. Nice defense there from Mindless Riders, but our score is still 0-1.
Good pressure now from Tribe, though, as they do try to advance up the map a little bit, getting Tom into these desired positions, such as behind this wall, and he can easily get some shots onto the Piper. And also the pinch comes in from KC with the homemade recipe. getting the kill onto him, taking the lead back in Tribe's favor. 2-1 up now. But bear in mind, there's a lot of time left for the comeback. The nanny head does connect though, and that is going to be an extension of the lead for Tribe.
I always love watching these matches where, you know, you have the expert nanny pilots, and then I try and use nanny myself, and I go, wow, this is really hard. Like, these players make it look easy. Just such precise piloting there on the peep to get that kill right there. Of course, you saw it from Spin on the right lane. Went for the wall break as well as the kill there on Piper. So good play there, though we're heading into the last 20 seconds and there is a lot of slack for Mindless Riders to pick up. Tom getting very aggressive, not sure exactly why he was all the way over there. Casey gonna be forced to use the super. Spin, of course, with the return to sender. The return to sender on the return to sender. Wow! Mindless Riders taking this one back. Just one gem away, or one star away, and they're gonna be taking this one back. Casey going down as well. What an upset this one was. Mindless Riders taking this game back in just the last few seconds.
Wow, I must say, absolutely incredible comeback from Mindless Riders there. Really did not expect that to come through at all. But just the last push, and that tick head was all over the place, going to different players. As Casey jumped it, it hit Tom, connecting with him, and then the tick came over and pinched amazingly. And then the return to sender hitting Spen. I almost said return to spender then.
That was a pretty good one. I think I like that one better.
The return to sender coming to Spen, obviously taking him down, and the lead goes in their favor, even with a couple of trades on kills.
Yeah, I like return to spender. I think he invented something real nice there, even if it was by accident, right? A lot of great things are invented by accident. Yeah, the return to spender there. Of course, Spin is going to be staying on the nanny here with that return to sender as we head into game number 3, the set point. And Tribe Gaming, despite looking very favored in game number 1, just got swept there by Mindless Riders right at the end of that second game. So Tribe Gaming, they have some momentum to take back here. Casey and Spin both getting some really nice shots on Mindless Riders here, but not able to secure a kill just yet, and they are behind by 1 star, and that star is really, more importantly, the blue star. And it is on a bit of an elusive brawler here. Of course, a brawler that cannot be taken out with the return to sender to the return to sender, as well as one that is able to jump away relatively easily. That is a super that is on cooldown. Here it comes already, not even eliminating that whole bit of obstacles there on the right side. Tribe Gaming still trailing by just 1 star.
Spen really got to push quite aggressively for his nanny head, and it is showing when his HP starts to trickle down from the Piper hitting some shots. Casey looking like he's going to be trying to get a few shots over into this nanny here. Can't overextend as he just has Tom feeding that super, and now the nanny does have that head in a desired position to be able to take KC down. It does come in, but the shots from Tom coming in as well, and the kill from Spen. Can Tom get out? That is going to be the question.
Ouch. That does not feel good, though. Tribe Gaming, fortunately, they are still in the lead by the blue star alone. Some expert piloting coming in from Spin, but is it going to be enough? No, actually. Yeah, he's going to be taking out some crucial walls at the back left corner, fortunately. Though, Tribe Gaming still in the lead by 1 blue star. Though Mindless Riders, they have proven that they can perform in this sort of situation. Tribe Gaming picking up another 3-star lead. Is it going to be enough? No, Sofa not going to be able to get any damage there. That is going to be this first set going to Tribe Gaming. And this is actually, once again, the set that Mindless Riders wanted to play first. They wanted to play Shooting Star for set number 1. And they appear to have been beaten at their own map selection. So we are going to be heading into our next game mode. It's going to be Brawl Ball, and this is the one that Tribe selected. So Tribe obviously favored here because they are more confident on this mode. Also, they have a good track record on this mode. So, Mindless Riders, this is going to be a real tough one for them, but they do have a chance to prove their mettle here.
Yeah, I must say, I was surprised to see them pick that Shooting Star, as it does really just force out the mirror comp against such a prominent team like Tribe. You really don't expect that. But yeah, moving on towards this Super Stadium set, obviously Tribe's favorited pick. So that means they're really going to be coming with some fire now. And Mindless Riders going to be on the back foot, even with the momentum, as well as the pick towards this map.
Yeah, I know we're moving into Brawl Ball, but I do want to return to what you said about, picking the mirror comp, right? The mirror comp is pretty much enforced there on Shooting Stars. And I think, when you're faced up against such a stacked team as Tribe, your saving grace is going to be your ability to outcomp them, I think, right? Because mechanically, they are very, very skilled. They've been in the game for a long time. Of course, they have funding, right? This is pretty much their job, is to play the game. So they are going to be very mechanically skilled. You need to sort of outsmart them as far as the comps there in order to have a really good chance at winning. Now, admittedly, Mindless Riders, they did have a very good performance there on the mirror comp, but the thing is, that is not exactly the greatest approach, in my opinion, to try to take down a team that is ranked very, very, very high and has such a strong track record.
Yeah, it's unusual, as I said, it is unusual to see that, and now we're loading into this set of Super Stadium, and KC playing the knee to get an early pickup. Tom, some good pressure too, might be able to walk this here. They've not got the damage to take him out, and he does get it in with an amazing shot into the left corner there.
That is always an upsetting one. You hate to see two people on either side of the goal, and then the ball just slowly rolls in, and no one is in a position to do anything. That is just what happens when you get a really explosive offense at the middle. Casey, almost able to put that one in. What a play it would have been. Though, Tribe looking quite promising. The pass to Casey is going to be enough, but Tom, of course, Toxic Tom with the Protesto. That is going to be Casey putting that one in the goal, and Tribe now taking this one to match point.
I must say, considering the comps there, that was a very convincing game from Tribe, and obviously, this being their chosen mode, it's really showing as they do dominate that game extensively throughout and getting two extremely early goals.
Yeah, very, very early goals, explosive offenses. Sometimes, you know, an explosive offense, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the entire match, right? You can play with double tanks, and then you have a max in the mix, and then, well, simply put, you cannot deal enough damage to defend against that wall of health just running at you. But the thing is, that's not Tribe's approach here. They, of course, had the Nita for the counter pick on the left side, but they had B, right? And B was doing a phenomenal job there at mid and keeping control and, of course, getting some peeks around walls. And so it's not just sheer health that got them in the goal there. It was just synchronization, and they're working like a well-oiled machine. This is the map that they wanted to play. This is their preferred mode, and this is their turf. This is their playing field, and Mindless Riders are gonna have to really bring this one back because Tribe Gaming almost doesn't look like they can be stopped at this point.
I'll have to agree with you, but they do bring in the Surge, which is very good pick on this map, I must say. But KC yet again returning on the Nita. Such a prominent pick in the last game. Spen picking up his charge shot nice and early, gonna connect with the Surge, and this is just gonna allow Tom to push up aggressively as he knows he can't peek. And the super shot coming in, the charge shot doesn't arrive in time, but KC looking in a good spot to score this anyway as he passes the ball over to Spen and he slots it in.
Wow, that was actually very stylish there, and it could have been even more stylish if it went in. What's up with the Protesto today? I mean, we're not in LATAM South. I mean, but the Protestos are strong today. It's been going down quite early. Casey looking to put this one in the goal. Tom and Casey both equipped to put this one in the goal. No! Oh no! It almost happened. Casey went for the trick shot. It was so close to going in. What a shot that would have been, but it just goes to show, Mindless Riders, they are not giving up just yet. I'm still not over that. Just two phenomenal things happened in a row. Not only did we see it spin, it go for the super shot combined with the B charge shot to put this in the goal, but then the trick shot there, and nope, no funny business this time. KC says, screw it. We're finished. We're finished here. We're ending this one off. Take us to the semifinals, man. I'm out of here, right? Missed a trick shot. Unfortunate. Didn't miss it, actually. I think that was perfect positioning. Regardless of that, though, Tribe Gaming EU, they will be moving on to the semi-finals of Mindless Riders. Unfortunately, they are out of here. They are going to have to play in our next set of qualifiers a week from now. But they have brought a very strong performance. I think they've had some pretty tough opponents. Last week, actually, they made it to the top 8 as well. So I do think that they have a particularly strong chance of making it to the playoffs. Though, to reiterate, Tribe Gaming headed to the semifinals.
Yeah, nice to see them. I'll say this in a sarcastic way too. Nice to see them being gracious in their win there with the Protestos and the attempted trick shot, I will say. But yeah, extremely good plays from Tribe, and it does look very good for them heading on to the semi-finals, moving on into the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe Gaming, they brought a really strong performance. Take a look at our bracket from G Fuel. And our semifinals are all but decided. SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming. Oh man, this is going to be an amazing one. Of course, on the left side as well, AC Milan Clash versus Big. And take a look at the difference between seeding here. I mean, no surprise from SK and Tribe, right? Number 2 seed and number 3 seed. Though, AC Milan Clash versus Big. Big is seeded number 12. In fact, they were one of the lowest, and they're facing against the number 1 seed. This is going to be a tough one for Big, though if we try and assess what things are going to look like for SK versus Tribe Gaming, it is not as clear. Just these two phenomenal teams faced up against each other. Absolute banger coming up.
Yeah, two absolute phenomenal games, but first of all, we will be taking a short break before these absolutely insane matches, get our vocal cords warmed up and ready to cast these two absolutely insane games just for you guys. Be sure to stick around.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. We are in the semi-final stage of the second round of qualifiers, of 3 rounds of qualifiers. So definitely an important one for qualifying for the playoffs, where the prizes get greater and the glory to be won also increases. I'm joined here, of course, by none other than Trav. And coming up, we have none other than AC Milan Clash versus Big. And these are some excellent teams. We've seen them perform very well in the tournament so far. AC Milan Clash, of course, it needs no introduction. Big, though, perhaps needs a little bit of an introduction, though we will be blowing right past that. Big, they're going to be getting their introduction with their selection of bans. Trav, these are some interesting ones.
Yet again, I must say, Siege and Heist obviously being banned instantly, and then Gem Grab coming up behind that. We haven't really seen that too much, as now we've got Shooting Star and both Dueling Beetles in play. Two maps that we haven't really seen paired together too much, but yet again, Super Stadium managing to slot its way into there in the middle. And obviously the Brawler bans are looking quite fresh too.
Yeah, Brawler bans are looking nice and fresh. The Gene ban, right? It seems like I think I've found the formula. I think I've cracked the code as to how these bans are determined. It's Bell, Stu, Sprout, and Sprout or Poco, and then we just pick one of the Max, Gene, Sandy, right, and ban one of those, right? That is the formula. I've done it. I've cracked Brawl Stars, and now I'm gonna go submit my results. I'm gonna become like a cryptographer or something, right? It seems like that's usually the sort of pattern that we see with the bans, and I think that is a bit of a result of the ban format. Of course, it's ABBA style bans. You know what the enemy is, you know what the enemy has just banned, right? So you're able to make a more educated decision on what to ban next. Of course, that gets rid of the duplicate bans, but it also does make you drift towards the brawlers that are very strong in the current meta, because if you don't know what the enemy is going to ban, you might just assume that they're going to ban the strong brawlers and then just not ban them yourself, right? Something that we see in the blind ban format. But of course, Brawl Masters, right, is a very unique format. You love to see what sort of new strategies and new mentalities this brings. Of course, our map order starting off once again on Shooting Star, Super Stadium, then Dueling Beetles. We have not actually seen a Dueling Beetles yet today, but given that given that Hot Zone wasn't banned, and we also haven't seen Dueling Beetles even once today, this perhaps our teams are not playing Dueling Beetles. They're not planning on going to set number 3.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, first of all, again, Shooting Star. We are probably going to be seeing those mirror comps coming out yet again with the Piper, the Nanny, and the Tick. Just such a prominent comp here, and obviously both teams just trying to use their skill to outdo each other. Super Stadium coming up next, being Clash's main pick. Obviously, Brawl Ball-oriented team with their amount of aggressiveness they really do present, I should say, in their gameplay. And it just always turns out as Clash being that amazing Brawl Ball team with the amazing goal scoring opportunities. And if it does go the long haul, obviously Dueling Beetles probably going to be seeing that break comp coming out.
Yep, exactly. But Super Stadium, though, I want to talk we do have the Poco still in play, and this is sort of Clash's bread and butter here, right? Is the very tanky comps. Another thing that we don't see from Clash this time, though, that we have seen in previous matches is the Jessie ban, right? Jessie ban we were initially suspicious of, right? Why ban Jessie when you could ban Bell? This time we do see Clash banning that Bell. So the Jessie is still going to be in play. That's a possibility for Big here, but Clash, of course, They like running their tank comp, but they are very versatile players, and they could just run something else, right? And just counter the heck out of Jessie. So that is going to be sort of the big brain comp choosing that is going to be emerging in set number 2, which is, well, of course, unconditionally going to be played. Probably, let's be fair. Hot Zone looking kind of bleak. I think maybe the most effective way of banning a third mode, right? Of course, AC Milan Clash, they got to ban 2 modes, but they get to ban a third mode essentially if they just don't let the match go to that mode, right? That's the strat right there, right? Is eliminate it by just winning your first 2 sets. It's that easy, right?
I mean, you can say it's easy all you want, but obviously it's clearly not, knowing the level of the teams that all the teams play up against. The level in this competition is just absolutely amazing. One of the best competitions out there in terms of the teams entered, as well as obviously the production. But yeah, it's so difficult to be able to find teams that you're guaranteed 2-0 against in these kind of things. So, there's always a chance of it going to the last set, and I really hope it does here in these 2 extremely strong teams face up.
Yeah, I completely agree here. I don't mean to downplay Big here. They've shown phenomenal performances so far. Just cracking a joke here at the expense of Big. Good luck to all the players involved. Though, I mean, you know, the thing is, like, Clash, phenomenal team, big, right? Not as well known, but they have shown good mechanics so far today. They're opting for that mirror match right off the bat, right? They're looking to make an impression and show that they are the more skilled team. Of course, they had the choice of what set that they wanted to play first, and they chose it was going to be Bounty. So the thing is, when you have that mirror match possibility, or pretty much an enforced mirror match, then you do level the playing field as far as, you know, choosing team compositions, which is really a tough one, because the thing is, you don't want to get countercomped. The countercomped versus, you know, it's not going to go well, pretty much. And when you've leveled out the playing field just a little bit, you do get to assess, right? Like, are we mechanically on the same level as this enemy team? Of course, we're talking about a team that was seeded pretty low going into this, and literally the #1 seeded team. So this is going to be the evaluation for Big in the first set. And then off of that, they're going to have the opportunity to try and counter what they've seen so many times from AC Milan Clash here in Brawl Ball. Of course, AC Milan Clash, they want to play Brawl Ball as a second set. There's no question about that. Though, I think really the one that I'm curious about is we do see a Big actually banning Gym Grab instead of Brawl Ball. So what do you think the mentality behind that is?
Well, I'm honestly not too sure, but it's probably just due to the fact that Minecart's a bit of an unpredictable map, like I've said beforehand.
Yeah.
They really want to just keep kind of have a grasp on this game, and no matter what the game mode is played out of these ones, it really can't be as bad as how RNG the minecarts can be sometimes.
Yeah, it does feel like that. The minecarts can always just come at the exact wrong time, it seems. Take a look at our comps coming out. Of course, mirror match. Who expected anything less, though? Big actually taking this first star. It's going to be going to Tick over here, and, well, we're probably going to see Tick hang on to the blue star for the rest of the game. Lars looking to maintain control here. Really, it's going to be a matter of Big just establishing their line here at mid, just establishing control. They just need to make sure that they don't back up too much, because, of course, on Shooting Stars, it can be so tough to push out of this backlog, essentially, this deficit, once you are backed up against your back wall. Though it appears that Big, they are staying back just a little bit, right? But decisively so. They're not pushed up against the wall. They do have room to walk backwards, and they're not backing up too much.
Tick Super was gathered by Trevor, but taken down literally instantly after placing it. So good pressure from Clash, I must say, and EA really in a bit of a stalemate with Dean on this side, as well as every other side being a stalemate. But Clash do have some really nice positioning here, heading on into the last 40 seconds of this game, and they just really need to capitalize on the pinches that they've got here. Good tap coming in from Lane, and he has picked up his Nanny Super, which can be absolutely vital in turning this game round.
Yep, here comes the Peep looking for a target. Is it going to find anyone? The return to sender coming in, and the combination of one return to sender after the other is not enough to get that elimination on Big there. Typically it is, and it looks like actually Lene did not pilot that Peep for long enough for it to deal substantial damage to take out Sugar. Now, the countdown starting. AC Milan Clash able to secure a, well, just one kill, but it's not going to be enough. Lenane trying to get aggressive here. This is not the position that Big wants to be in the last few seconds of the match, but it's just not going to be enough time. Big now taking this first game versus AC Milan Clash, threatening to bring this set to a close already if they win this next game. Of course, a best of 3. They seem to start and end so quickly, and this is exactly the impression that Big needed to make here on AC Milan Clash. They leveled the playing field to the mirror match, and they managed to take this set against the #1 seeded team in this competition.
A very good game at that, to be fair. It was a huge stalemate for the majority of the game, to be fair, and obviously Big just really prevent them from being able to push in. Really unfortunate on the part of Lene not being able to get that return to sender. Just a little less damage than required to be able to take Sugar down, which obviously did change the tides quite heavily. But yet again, mirror comps as we load into this game.
Yeah, the big difference, though, of course, is Trevor instead of Lars getting this blue star right off the bat, and this is going to force Big to go on the offensive for the match, and, well, actually looks like they can actually go on defense now. They have the 2 stars. It's the 1-star lead. Lars now finding this opportunity to back up. Of course, once that kill on Trevor is sort of trading some hits with Trevor to get that Tick Super out. Lenane gonna get this kill onto the Tick Super, though it's looking kind of tough to decide. Wow, what a nicely timed gadget there from Lars. Perfectly timed, baited the gadget out of Guille as well, and that is going to be needing, unfortunately, going down. Guille looking quite clean now, getting rid of some walls on the right side. The Peep coming in. Guille has nothing to defend against it. Great comeback there from Big. Now, once again, bringing us to a 1-star discrepancy.
Lenane really got to be looking towards getting this super and just aiming it directly at Nadine when he doesn't have this jump. He does pick it up now, and this could be quite dangerous for Big. The gadget comes in from Guille anyway, gets the takedown, and the Tick Head going to be coming in. It's going to be duped out by the Tick Head, but it does connect on Lars, but the last hurrah was popped, and now Sugar is in a bit of a tough position over this left-hand side, having to push into the direct side of Lenane.
Lenane was so close to going down there. Took 800 damage from the return to center. The return to center is not enough, though. Sugar reduced to 300-something health. Just 10 seconds left for Big to make their comeback here. AC Milan Clash all the way backed up. Very stacked, big roster over here. Trevor going down. Is it going to be enough? Yes, Big maintaining this lead. 6-9. Nice right there. And that is going to be Big taking set number 1 in a bit of an unexpected turn of events.
Hugely early retreat from Clash there, just pinned in spawn so early on. Even the last hurrah from Trevor wasn't able to keep him up, as it just ran out before the timer ticked to 0. And all the takedowns started coming in, forcing them to go on the aggressive once more, and then a further takedown came in to extend that lead. And Big are going to be taking this first set by storm.
Wow, I mean, I think we expect... well, I mean, didn't we see from Big they were choosing some assembly required as the first set? Right? And then, of course, it went to Brawl Ball, right? But now they're choosing Shooting Stars as the first set, and they're managing to really make an impression with this one. I can tell you for certain that AC Milan Clash is not used to losing, especially given that they are one of the top teams in the region, and given that they are #1 seeded in the competition, right? This is a great impression that Big is making here. Well, they're making a big impression, to say the least. Though, they have 2 more sets. They just need to win one of these next 2 sets, and they will be advancing onto the grand finals in lieu of AC Milan Clash, who, to be fair, was the expected winner of this encounter.
Clash going to have to pulling something out of the bag now, as they're behind on this, and Brawl is their set, bear in mind, and it is a very good one at that. If they can pull this off and bring it back, then obviously Dueling Beetle is going to be a good map for them too. But Big, just such a good gameplay in that past 2 games. It just really looking kind of almost equally as good in this Brawl Ball set for them as it is for Clash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Big, we saw some phenomenal play from them on Brawl Ball earlier. It didn't necessarily go in their favor. In fact, they got swept 2-0 just in their last match. But the thing is, Big, they probably have their sights set on coming back in Hot Zone. The thing is, they don't want to lose too much momentum. They want to keep their wits about them, stay wary, learn some stuff from their mistakes, if there happen to be any in Brawl Ball, which, I mean, the thing is, against the likes of a team like AC Milan Clash, the odds are quite stacked against you in Brawl Ball. Perhaps Bounty, right? That's where you have a bit of an upper hand, just because that's not really where AC Milan is playing to their strengths. Heading into Hot Zone, it is, of course, just making a bit of an entrance into competitive. Still, we've seen it in competitive for a few months, but it's still not really, like, you know, cemented itself in there just as much as Siege sort of has as well. Siege is a bit of a late addition to the game, even though it's been in the game for, well, a couple years, though I think people still consider it to be a fairly new game mode. The other thing, though, is Hot Zone, right? Very new game mode, and I think this is where Big is expecting to take AC Milan Clash by surprise. And that is really their strategy here.
I mean, in my eyes, they really need to try and close out here because, you know, if they do start to get on the backhand of things, then their mentality is just going to go out the window. And the momentum they've got from this win in this first set's really just not going to mean anything as they're going into the last set, and they really start to play into Clash's hands, especially if you've got some of these emotional players on Big who are really going to react to a loss quite badly.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate thing, and that is, well, I mean, what we always come back to. In the end, it all comes down to momentum, right? Winning one game absolutely has bearing on whether you win the next, right? It has an impact on how you play, your level of confidence. Are you overconfident? Are you making a play because you're simply frustrated and want things to end quicker, right? You just want to win faster, but then you end up playing not necessarily too well. Though, with that, we're headed into game number 1 in set number 2 here on Brawl Ball, taking a look at our comps. AC Milan Clash bringing out a classic comp. In fact, they're bringing out the exact same comp as Big here. In fact, it's a mirror match, almost down to the skins here. Is a skin meta really going to play into this one? That is a question. I mean, we've discussed the implications of emotional players, but I mean, how about the emotional impact of the skins? We do see Big tossing this ball in here, just trying to get some good positioning on the ball. AC Milan Clash all the way backed up, giving Big a nice opportunity to push up here. Linane now trying to get this ball into a more advantageous position for himself. Gonna struggle to find actually positioning on the B shot by himself. Gonna depend more on Guille and iChaos to open up these possibilities for him. And here comes the first domino to fall. Lars going down. That was the thrower from Big, now needing going down. The one remaining member of Big is going to be Sugar, but the question is he going to find an opportunity to get this super?
He's just doing an absolutely amazing job of just cycling these supers onto them. Lars remaining low once more, and now Nadine's managed to pick up his charge shot. He's looking to try and pressure out against Linane, but with this power-up being provided to both Linane and Guille now, it's going to be really difficult for both of these opposing players on these two brawlers to win their sides. And as you see now, that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, the struggle here for Big is that they are under-leveled, to put it one way. The thing is, iChaos has been consistently getting these supers and has been giving them to Linane and Guille. I think Guille is really the most important one to give the super to here, because that really controls it Big and forces them to get inside of their goal. Needing actually able to snag this one at the last second. Actually a great save there, but it's just not going to be enough. It was bound to happen eventually. 15 seconds left in the match, and AC Milan Clash takes the lead in their favored mode.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the game now. Not enough time for Big to push this in. 1-0 up for Clash in Brawl Ball. In a very good performance, I must say. Just keeping composed, keeping the control for the whole game, waiting for that one opportunity. And that one opportunity is all they needed to be able to take it here.
Yep, it all comes down to those last few seconds. I think we did actually see excellent control from AC Milan Clash for a long time. And yeah, like you were saying, they were just waiting for that opportunity. And the thing is, AC Milan Clash, they were able just to control so well. They don't even need to go for the explosive plays, right? They're not necessarily going to be playing risky. They are sort of on the back foot right now, right? Because they don't want to drop this set. If they drop the set, well, I mean, you know what happens. They don't get to play in the grand finals, and we do see a Big move on. So they are going to be playing very cautiously, very carefully. They have learned from set number 1 just sort of the magnitude of an opponent that they are up against in this second set. Moving into set number 3, they're going to have to keep their wits about them as well, right? I think that they weren't expecting such a tough matchup in this match just overall. So Clash, we're going to see the best brought out in them by Big right here. Take a look at our comp coming out from Big. Same thing coming out from AC Milan Clash, but Big now bringing out the Poco, Tank, and the Mort. Sugar getting an early kill, and this could be setting the precedent for the rest of the game.
Linane does manage to pick that up, and early wall breaks coming in from Chaos, as well as the power-up provided to Linane, and the taps start raining in as he can double tap that Poco once he's got this power-up in hand, which he does. And now Guille's just in such a good position too, keeping Lars low, preventing him from pushing into the mid, and just keeping this overall control as long as they can. Yep. As they did last game.
Yeah, just like last game, and take a look at Sugar getting this defense here. iKaos, though, in a strong position, has that wall break to his advantage. You getting 3 shots, boom, 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 right into Lars, snagging a kill right there, and a power-up to whoever may claim it. Looks like it's going to go to Linane, and this is going to be a bit of a tricky situation here for Big, given that they do get countered by the B here. Lars is going to have a tough time. Sugar also struggling to find positioning and not going to get that kill on either Guille nor iKaos. The pass over to the right side to open up this opportunity for Guille, but the thing is AC Milan Clash, they don't necessarily need to play too aggressive here. A great bait there by Linane to bait out the shot from Sugar there. iKaos gonna walk this one into the goal. It looks like, nope, no screeching solo to save your day this time, Nadine. That is gonna be the first goal going to AC Milan Clash.
Yet again, coming out with this really strong play of just Linane absolutely tapping. Yet again, power up being provided as well. And now this is just really looking a bit bleak for Big as Dean gets taken out too, and Chaos. Only 1 shot more required on Sugar, but Linane does it for him. And this is where they're really in a tough position as the super shot does come in. It's going to be wide, but I believe this is going to be a walk anyway. Pass into Cross, and Clash going to be taking it to the last set.
Yep, a decisive victory there for Clash. I mean, this was the expected outcome, but this is really important for Big. I mean, the thing is, we definitely expected the set to go in favor of AC Milan Clash, but we were hoping that Big could take at least 1 game in there, because they do need this momentum headed into the final set here. Thing is, they just need to catch AC Milan Clash off guard here in a hot zone. They need to outcomp them. They were not doing that in the first set, right? It worked out pretty well for them. They were able to outplay Clash mechanically, but here they're going to have to both outplay them mechanically and they're going to have to outcomp them.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match as well, this is where we really start to see this Colt and B comp come in heavily. Along with the 8-bit as well. Just get the positioning on the map, get the turret down, and then just rain fire down on these opponents who try to push back up and get in your way. Obviously, the max is quite a good preventive measure to that, just because of the speed. But not sure if that's going to be played or not.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, the thing is, though, we've seen B from both teams, right? And in that sort of matchup, the outcome was still pretty decisively in favor of Clash. They managed to keep really good control. Not as decisively so as our previous game that we just watched, but of course we're talking game number 1, set number 2, right? Managed to, do a pretty good job of controlling with B. So we're gonna have to see Big come out with some good B play here if that's the case, right? And I would say it most likely is, in fact, just because Dueling Beetles, right, it's a bit of an interesting case, right? Dueling Beetles, it was removed from the the official competitive map pool for the monthly finals, and so I think we're saying bye-bye to Dueling Beetles at some point, right? Maybe for more reasons than just one. Though I do expect the 8-bit coming out as well. It's a strong pick on lane. Amber, I would say, is a possibility, though Amber will, I think Amber will work to the advantage of the B and the Colt in this one. Just, the long open range is going to open up some nice possibilities, but of course, only time will tell. May the best comp chooser win, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, alongside that as well, we know Clash is just such a good team. And honestly, just knowing that on Big side, they're really going to be making the decisions around that, knowing they kind of have to counter comp in the nicest way possible, that is as well. They really do have to try and bring out these counter comps to be able to take Clash by surprise and really bring out some amazing comps to get this win in this last set.
Yep, that's what's going to have to happen. One brawler that we still have in play, or well, actually, never mind. We don't have the Sprout in play this game. We don't have the Stu, we don't have the Bell, and we don't have the Gene as well, right? So the Max is still possible. The Sandy is still possible. Sandy is a bit of a rough one considering how short his range is on, well, just always, of course. But on this map, it doesn't do him any favors. The comp's coming out. We have the Jesse, and this is... this is funny because I think Big saw that AC Milan Clash, decided, no, we're not going to ban Jesse this game. There's no way they'll run Jesse. And here comes Big with the Jesse pick. Though the Jesse pick, it's not coming out from AC Milan Clash. They're coming out with the B. Though AC Milan Clash, they are going to be able to take these first few percentages, though Big coming back with their own firepower. Now just getting ahead of AC Milan Clash on this hot zone.
All eyes onto Guille versus Dean in the mid, as the rest of these lanes are just so, like, stalemated, as Linane and Sugar just peek each other at a long range, and the pinch does eventually come in from Linane now, does take them down. Turret remaining in the mid, though, preventing Guille from getting any control at all. And now Big are getting this percentage stacked on top of their zone.
This is crazy. Big, they chose the Jessie, and it just seems to be working so well. Another thing that I want to point out that Lars did is Lars used the tick super over that gap on the left side to just throw it as far as he possibly could and eliminate opportunities for AC Milan Clash to get rid of it. Of course, did not actually connect with AC Milan Clash still, but nice little surprise tactic that is going to keep AC Milan Clash on their toes and could throw them off just a little bit. A nice counter there from Lars to get rid of that tick super. Trevor now getting aggressive once again with that last hurrah, and we do finally see AC Milan Clash now getting on this hot zone. Big, they gotta get in here, and they gotta get a super from either Jessie or Barley in order to take back control.
I must say, this double thrower comp does rely so heavily on the control being in their favor, and the healing tonic coming in now is going to allow that, and ticking up to 70% now. 35% lead, extending by the second too. Lars is going to pick up a kill over that side, and Dean with his turret on the right picks it up too, and this is going to be Big taking this game unless Clash can pull something miraculous off.
Yeah, it's going to have to be miraculous, especially because the match is over. It's now at match point. Big actually taking this one to match point. What an unbelievable circumstance. Didn't expect to see the mighty fall in such a manner, but of course, it's not over yet. AC Milan Clash, they just got to win the next 2 games in a row, and that will take them to the grand finals spot. Though, I must admit, this might be a bit of an oversight from AC Milan Clash to run the B without some kind of wall break here, because it seemed like B's biggest enemy was in fact the Jessie. Not only does Jessie have just great damage and is able to 3-tap B, but the turret was just so great at controlling B's ability to peek shots around walls, right? I mean, the thing is, B is not able to easily take out that turret. Just because she gets consistent, 1,000 damage every time she shoots that, and then of course you're gonna have the healing from Jessie with Energize. If you're not running Energize, then what are you doing, man? But this is personal. I think this is personal from Big. They're picking the Jessie because they know Clash does not like Jessie.
Yeah, no, I have to agree on that part as well. It was a really good pick, just because, plainly, if they'd have chosen the break comp, it wouldn't have gone to plan at all, but they just got very, very good preparation, clearly, as in that mid, the 8-bit really can't dupe those Jessie shots to much of a standard at all, and that allows it to just bounce over onto the lanes and win not only the mid, but the lane too, and especially, as you said, when those turrets start coming in with Energize, so good against the B, and then the Gadget coming on top of that as well to slow them down even further, just tops it off.
Yeah, so I always root for the underdog, right? Though I think maybe Big is not necessarily the underdog, right? What if we're being proven wrong, sort of? The thing is, right, we don't know them as well, but Big, if there's one thing that is very abundantly clear about Big, is that they do their research, and they're not just playing Brawl Stars. They're playing all the psychological games. They're playing everything. They're playing, the entire competitive match, and here we see AC Milan Clash, right? Really, what they specialize in is playing Brawl Stars here. But Big, they're looking behind the scenes clearly, because I don't know how else they would be managing to pull some of this stuff off, right? Managing to topple a team like this, of course, don't get me wrong, it's not over yet. AC Milan Clash, they still got time to make an adjustment. But Big, they're playing at a different level, and I really do have to commend that. No matter how the match turns out, Big, they're doing obviously a phenomenal job behind the scenes as far as researching their opponent and really just pinpointing their weaknesses and completely focusing on them.
Yeah, you got it bang on there. I mean, clearly Big are just coming out with some absolutely amazing comps, and it's just so good against the likes of Clash, which is exactly what you need to be doing. Having this 1-0 up as well, even if they do lose, this is still going to be match point in both teams' favor, obviously, but they've got a bit of a leeway now that they wouldn't have had it if they had have lost this game, and that is going to be perfect for Big, as they've got 2 chances to get the comp right, like they just have in that game.
Yep, and you know what? 50% good enough for me, man. It's good enough for me. So looking good actually for Big from here. Must admit though, still looking good for Clash, just judging by their track record. But if we were really just judging by today, Big, I mean, they are big brain. Maybe that's what the big is for. Is it for big brained, right? AC Milan Clash, like, okay, we know what that one stands for. But big, right? Big brained, no doubt. This is not going to be the last we see of Big. They are most certainly coming back in the next qualifier. Though, take a look at our comps coming out, and now Big running what we expected to see. It's the wall break comp coming out, and AC Milan Clash now running the double throwers, and this is not looking too hopeful, just judging by the matchup here.
Yeah, when they can get these walls broken down, if Sugar can really get some good value on the walls, and he's going to be so prominent in winning this game, and he really needs to switch on, get these walls taken down, and Dean can then start raining down the damage onto the Nane and Gie here, and he's managed to get one kill, but they're pinned in spawn, which is the opposite of what they really need to be doing now, which is getting these walls broken and getting the control in their favor.
Yeah, it's always tough facing against a Barley, especially the likes of Gie here on Barley, who's been playing Barley this entire match. Ooh, actually, Sugar getting that kill, which I thought was actually going to be quite unlikely. Gie doing such a great job at getting that control with Barley, but now finally we see Big taking back control, though how long will it last is the question. This wall falling on the left side, Gie and Trevor now pushing forward. It looks like the last heal as well coming out from AC Milan Clash, trying to get them on this point. Big is actually forced to back up quite a bit, and this is really due to the thrower comp because it's so good at controlling this little area, though a great offense there from Big is going to allow them to get on the point. The little heart dumpling coming out. Sugar actually just using that super to break everything open, and it could not be more advantageous for B here, looking for this slow. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the slow on Linane here. We see our players just really trying to stay on this point as much as possible. That turret getting focused down as well. Linane almost going to go down, but some amazing dodges from Linane. That is going to be a saving grace here. Sugar trying to get in position. Lars getting a kill here, though Sugar just doesn't seem to be able to get this shot here. Here comes a pinch, though, between Nadine and Sugar. The thing is, they gotta keep control of this point. They cannot let the enemy step on the point. And the thing is, maybe AC Milan Clash can set foot on the point here and there, but if they get like one last little push here, then it is undoubtedly going to AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to get it too, as two members of Big fall, and then three closely following, and Clash are going to be bringing this game to double match point.
Wow, I didn't think I'd see it happen again, right? But we're heading to a double match point in a bit of a match where we expected one outcome way more than the other, but then the underdog, brings it here to the double match point. I gotta say, I do still think that Big had the better comp there. It just seemed like they were trying to attack at, too long of range. I think they were getting zoned out as well by the double throwers. Of course, Tick, Barley, they have very, very long range, right? And even in a situation where you have an open area, they are going to still be able to, hold their own just because of their long range. The other thing is, it just looked like AC Milan Clash had crazy dodges. Like, their dodges and jukes were absolutely insane, because at some points it just seemed like Big was completely unable to touch them. We see, for instance, like Linane bobbing and weaving, and it seems like, there are three players focusing him down, and yet he just doesn't. He's not getting hit. He's not getting hit by Colt. He's not getting hit by B. B is a bit of a tougher character to juke out, right? Just because of the size of her projectile. Colt, you can definitely juke out, but it was just very consistent, like clockwork coming out from Clash, and that I think was their saving grace. Even in the counter comp situation, the dodges were what propelled them to victory there.
I mean, in my eyes, it was just the fact that they had so much spam lingering on that zone. When you've got the tick mines just staying on the floor for a couple of seconds, then exploding, as well as the barley shots as well. 2 ticks on the floor for that. So you just really can't push the zone, and when you do, there's always going to be stuff covering all of it with the extended barley range, the barley supers, the tick mines, and obviously the Jesse bounce shots too. You can't clump up. And that is just, I think, what won Clash that game.
Yep, well, we'll have to see. I mean, hopefully both of these teams can really evaluate what helped them win the games that they did win, because it has gone back and forth. It went 2-0, and then it went 0-2, and now it's 1-1. So they both have the same number of wins and losses under their belt. They both have the same amount of preparation, at least given the given the outcomes of these previous games within the match. So they're just going to have to draw upon that and hope for the best. It's the final game. There are no games beyond this, and, well, unless somehow they tie in Hot Zone, which, let's face it, that simply doesn't happen. So we will be getting our winner in this next match. One of these teams is heading to the grand finals in about 2 minutes, pretty much. That is the outcome. And so it's super exciting, but I mean, you can tell, actually, these players are taking their sweet time to ready up for this match, because the pressure is really starting to heat up.
Obviously so. I mean, coaches in the background are going to be putting so much thought into it, as well as analysts. Just because it's coming down to this last and final game, it's always so prominent to be able to get the outcome, and that's all it's going to come down to, because these teams, I must say, they're seeming pretty evenly matched in terms of mechanical skills so far, due to the 2-0 in either set, either way. And now 1-1 in this last set is kind of looking very similar in terms of skill. So it's going to come down to these comps at the end of the day.
Yep, that's the thing, is it does look similar in terms of skill, which is the unexpected thing here, right? Is I did not expect to see going into this a even match of skill, especially against a team that I'm so familiar with, like AQM. So this, it's been a little bit tough for me to swallow, right? That Big is on this level, just because it's so surprising to me. But getting into the double match point, neither team necessarily favored here. And taking a look at our comps, Big, they are running the exact same comp. AC Milan Clash, the exact same comp. The question is, what sort of adjustments are our players going to make mechanically that is going to propel them to victory in this final game of this match?
That seems more promising already, as Sugar gets those front walls down literally instantly. As soon as he wins his lane against Guille, pushes up directly for the walls. Dean getting taken down by that bounce shot, and Lars almost too. And now Clash still remaining in this mid firmly, even with the walls down, just plainly because of the amount of shots that they're really hitting now.
Yeah, it seems like Lars is actually having a little bit of trouble being out in the open and being quite slow. Not really being able to dodge Guille. Actually, Guille going down to Nidine, though Lars is having a tough time just juking out either Jesse or, of course, Trevor here on Tick, with those mines that are so hard to dodge or just walk away from. Here comes the super. Lars able to get that, well, actually with the help from Nidine, is able to take care of that. Though here we see ourselves in a similar situation to last game. AC Milan Clash ahead by a long shot, but Big has now finally found their footing. They got to keep the long range control. Really, the question is, are they going to be able to hit their shots? They do have a health advantage here. Lars needs to be able to hit his shots. Nidine also needs to be able to hit his shots. Trevor with the tank. Sugar getting a nice super in there, and Big is going to be taking back this control of mid. Guille getting this super, or getting this shot up, looking for the next super, and Big, with all three members, returning to the point to capture those sweet, precious points.
Yeah, I must say, really good supers from Sugar there to be able to contest that for so long. And now they're all very low, and only one shot for all of them for Guille. Going to be maintaining the zone for a long period of time there, considering he was being shot at by 3 people. Turret being pushed up high by Lenane. Energize coming in on that, and the super is missed by Sugar, and this might be it for Big now, as the takedowns start to rain in, as well as the HP falling low. But Big are maintaining the mid control for a little bit longer.
This is absolutely insane. A great play from Lars there. Lenane just hopping onto that point. Just 6% more for Clash, but it just seems like they only have one more push left in them. How is it going to pan out? Nidine gonna look for this little step onto the point. Guille trying to get on the point. Trevor not able to secure control. There's just nothing left for Clash to offer. Lenane cannot get on this point, and it's all over. Big will be advancing to the grand finals, taking down the Titans. AC Milan Clash in a bit of an upset. Unbelievable that we just saw that happen. Trev, This is, I'm watching history being made here. The likes of Big taking down AC Milan Clash. That will be taking them into the grand finals to face off either SK or Tribe Gaming EU.
I'm sat on the edge of my seat, I'm gripping my armrests. I was so expecting Clash to be able to push directly onto that zone again, but Big just managed to hold it and hold it and hold it, even with some casualties along the way. The respawns were on their side, and so was the control, and therefore, Big are going to be taking this game and moving on to those precious finals to get those amazing points and the amazing cash prize.
I'm shaking my head, not because I am, like, you know, upset with the outcome. I'm just still like in disbelief. Like my mind is trying to process, like, you know, is this real life? Is this reality? Is this a dream? You know, no. Big definitely just did that. Yeah, well, welcome back to reality. Pinch yourself. Yeah, give yourself a little reality check there. This is happening. History is being made. Big will be advancing to the grand finals, and of course I have to keep on repeating it just to convince myself of it, because I did not expect that to happen. It did seem to, me like Clash kind of started to lose their composure right there at the end. They started to trickle in just one by one, right? And they started to get staggered there. And I think, you know, they just saw like, okay, well, we only have like 6% left. Let's just, you know, just go in whenever. It can't be that hard to touch the point. But I mean, I guess it turned out to be quite tough to get on that point. In hindsight, perhaps for these players, they're going to be a little bit frustrated to see that they didn't push up all at once, and rather they kind of pushed in one by one, and that might have been their downfall there. But of course, this is, you know, this is how Big is doing it, right? They are focusing on their opponent's weaknesses and just pummeling the heck out of those weak spots, and it works so well. We'll have to see what comes up in the grand finals. But of course, our next semifinal match is going to be SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU. And yet again, Trev, as I've been saying, this one is gonna be a absolute banger.
This is the one a lot of people are going to be waiting for. It seems like a bit of a grudge match between these two teams. Seem to be meeting in a lot of different tournaments recently, and SK have been seeming to come out on top every single time. And as we saw last week, the exact same semi-final was played, and SK came victorious.
Yep, a grudge match for sure. It's always funny like that, right? I mean, it's always a gamble of, man, am I going to end up on the same side of the bracket as these guys again? And, well, okay, unfortunately, that is how things turned out between SK and Tribe Gaming EU. Though, taking a look at our mode and map bans, as well as our brawler bans finally coming in, we do have the gym ban and the heist ban, and these are some unusual ones, right? We also have the siege ban. Usually we see like siege and hot zone banned right off the bat, but we have actually the exact same lineup coming into this game that we did from last match. It's going to be Shooting Star, then Super Stadium, and then finally Dueling Beetles. A little bit of a difference in the bans though.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing that nanny ban, especially for Shooting Star. That's going to be absolutely huge, changing up the meta quite a lot. And then alongside that, Bell being banned as well by Tribe. And then on SK's side of things, Byron and Gene. So obviously some very, very strong bans, I should say, on either side of the coin. But honestly, I'm kind of in awe about what we're going to see in Shooting Star now, how much this is going to shake up the meta, not having this dominant nanny pick.
Yeah, I think maybe they'll like pick Primo instead, right? Because I think that would be a really solid pick. Or like Shelly, like think about it, Clay Pigeons, right? Perfect map for Clay Pigeons. You get the extra range. I mean, Coupe de Ace knew what he was doing, right? In the World Finals, picking you know, Clay Pigeons, Shelly right there at the end. Yeah, of course, I'm joking. Please don't do that. For don't be that random, right? For the sanity of your fellow humans, please do not do that to another person. I feel like that should be like punishable as a crime. Regardless, though, our brawler bans, as Trav just went over, we have a major piece of the puzzle missing on Shooting Stars. Another thing that we don't see, though, the big man himself, well, actually, he's not that big man, but I mean, he is pretty stupendous, right? Stu is missing from the equation, and that means that we are going to see Stu every single game. That's right. Well, maybe not Shooting Star, right? But every single other game, you're gonna see Stu. That is just how the meta tends to work. Sometimes you have a very, very powerful brawler, right? Top two, perhaps, like, you know, best brawler in the meta. And if they're not banned, you're going to see them every game, because the thing is, both teams are kind of forced to play them.
Yeah, definitely so. But in the shooting star, honestly, I'm kind of still undecided what they're going to play. I'm maybe looking towards a double thrower comp or something like that, or maybe even I was going to say Byron or Bell, but they're both banned. So literally all the good ranged brawlers are out of play here, as 3 of them have obviously been focused bans directly onto the shooting star, obviously as well as Super Stadium for a couple of them. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to this double thrower comp if it is going to be played. Definitely a really good comp, and obviously SK do like to ban the Sprout a lot, so clearly not a big fan of that.
Yep, I was gonna say, we have the Sprout coming out, right, ready to throw up some walls and things like that. I think the Sprout is definitely coming out in this one. I think Tick, of course, is a go-to just to pick up that blue star, right? Well, okay. Don't get me wrong, it's not just to pick up the blue star. Someone clowned me the other day because I said that like people like play roughs partly for the gadget, right? Because the sandbags are a good counter to Surge or something. And people are like, oh yeah, let's take notes. Yeah, play Colonel roughs for the sandbags and not for the super. No, man, like it's an important part of his kit. It's a good part of his kit. Similarly, Last Hurrah is a very important part of Tick's kit. Right, he was good before Last Hurrah, but he is so much better now with Last Hurrah in his, just realm of abilities and possibilities. So, of course, Tick running up mid, right? Probably going to see Sprout in the mix as well. We'll have to see. Actually, going to see the Max coming out from Tribe Gaming, or rather, yeah, we do see the Max coming out from Tribe. SK now on the. Looks like they took a bit of a different approach to the Nady ban. They're bringing out the B this time. I think Piper actually does have the advantage as far as just like being a long-range duelist, though B does have the range advantage. Little known Brawl Stars fact, B has a longer range than Piper by the length of the B's stinger. So just a little interesting fact for you.
Honestly, I did not know that, but the speed has been picked up by KC, and it is going to be used very aggressively. Trying to push onto Skyrix as well as a pinch from Tom coming in too. 3-star lead is in the hands of Tribe now, as the rotate has been made by Semantic and Skyrix to swap the sides. Homemade recipe from Semantic is going to connect to Spen. Tom throwing that super down just to cover for him long enough to heal up and retake this lane. And the stalemate continues.
Stalemate does continue, though. Tribe is still in the lead. KC picking up this super, and that is just the advantage of the to the max star power there. You're able to get some free supers. KC looking for an aggro play. Is he going to be able to take out Semantic? Semantic, of course, not running the first gadget. Okay, well, that is an interesting way to use Max's speed. Not necessarily to power up your team or anything, just to basically act as an assassin. KC is speeding up Tom here, but unfortunately gets denied by Jetton. There isn't able to go forward, though KC is able to get out of the way. Skyrix not able to necessarily touch KC in a meaningful way. Semantic getting taken down. Jetton also going to get taken down by KC. Not really the player that I expected to be, or not necessarily the brawler that I expected to be the power player here, but you know what? I guess we're open to all kinds of new options when Nanny is no longer in play.
Max's speed has just been so dominant over the brawlers that really can't do anything against the dodging ability that he has whilst using it. Literally every single brawler, I should add, on the S side of SK, and obviously that's why Tribe were able to come out so heavily on top of that game, as all of the opponents were just incapable of dealing with him up close.
I can't get over it. It's so unique, right? It's so smart too. Because I think when Max came out, right, that's how people decided they were going to use Max, right? They're going to be like, oh, I'm so fast, I'm going to dodge everyone, I'm going to hit everyone with the shots, and I can't be touchable, and like, right? But now it's just like, okay, this is how we play Max. So we speed up the teammates, and that's how we play Max, right? And then when we attack someone, it's just to get the super back to speed up the teammates again. But now Max being used as an assassin, like, man, at that point, just use Leon, right? I'm surprised they're even using Max. Just use Leon with Invisi-Heal. I think that would have been, I think pretty much the same context, right? Leon would have been playable. Trev, I wonder what you think about that, though.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the Leon. Obviously, doesn't really have the same like self-charging ability as Max does, and that's why it was so good. That's true. Because with the star power, he's just able to charge his super on his own. Even if he's going to use it from self for his teammates, it's going to be equally as effective in getting the kills and getting out.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, well, I concede what I was saying about Leon. I've been converted. I've been informed, right? Though, I mean, I think the max play is very interesting. I think the real question that we still have though is, are these players going to continue this into the next game? Because I think Tribe Gaming, right? They brought out a strong comp, right? Especially with the max, right? That was the power player right there. Though SK, right? Are they going to stick on the B? That was really the central. Difference between the two comps there. Are they going to switch it out for something else? Are they just going to play this a little bit differently? Maybe they'll switch out the star power, or sorry, the gadget that Piper is using. It's really hard to tell, because not only are we not used to not seeing Nanny in a shooting star, where the meta is just so locked in that you wouldn't even dare change it, but it's just overall hard to find another brawler that works well here. It could be Brock, right? Brock hasn't been in the meta for a while though, so it's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, Brock obviously could use that rocket fuel to break the mid, and therefore the tick would be down. But then again, when you're looking towards that max, it's just going to be able to juke the Brock as well as the Piper and the tick equally as well. So it's just so difficult to swap anything other than max out here, and we have been proven that by Tribe in this last game, as KC absolutely raining down on all members of SK and picking up a very extensive win.
Yeah, I mean, KC managed to pick up like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars there towards the end. Like, that was massive. That was pretty much almost all the kills from Tribe. So that was not only massive, right, but it does kind of testify as to how strong Max is here just in this context, right? And so I do actually expect SK to switch on the Max this time, just because the mirror match is going to be much more favorable than experimenting and trying to figure out something that is going to work just as well as Max did, because it is abundantly clear how effective Max was. It wasn't just a minor difference. They're not competing for like the little minor advantages right here. It could not be more evident how powerful Max was here. So another question though is Tribe going to stay on the Max? Are they going to switch to something to counter Max? The thing is, like, Max doesn't necessarily have counters, so it's a tough one. It's a tough one to call.
Yeah, I really do think they're going to stick to this, to what they obviously know works for them, as well as just works in general. Just because KC's one of, if not the best Max in the world as of right now. Obviously, he's so comfortable on that brawler, alongside Tom being a really, really good tick, and Sven, one of the most notorious Pipers. So yeah, really, really comfortable on every single one of these brawlers on behalf of Tribe. And SK too, but I mean, they just didn't have that Max to be able to make the same dynamic plays that KC could. And that's really what kind of put them on the downfall. So therefore, I really think that it's just going to be a mirror comp with the Max instead of the B.
Yeah, mirror comp with the Max and the Piper spin. You're right, he is a notorious Piper. I love the spin Piper cosplay. I know it's really random, but he is a notorious Piper, to say the least. I think these teams are like really putting a lot of thought into deciding on a mirror match because they are taking their time getting ready for the next game. I mean, the thing is, this is a grudge match, right? So you can't blame them for taking a while to decide, because every single brawler pick matters, every single game matters, because I mean, it's a best of 3, right? The games that do carry a lot of weight in a best of 3 context. We also did see Tribe take the first game, and SK, naturally, they don't want to get swept, right? And Tribe Gaming, they had it such the upper hand there that SK, they're going to have to bring out like really the big guns if they want to take this one back.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I mean, it's just going to be so difficult, and there's a huge downtime here, obviously, as you said. Probably going to be taking all this downtime to come up with a mirror, or we had a device crash, apparently. That is what's going on. Not a long stalemate of who's picking what. So therefore, it's just literally, we're probably going to be waiting for this device to come back up and then head straight in with the mirror. It's just a matter of time until that does happen.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think that this is the unstable app meta, I believe, or unstable iPad meta, or whatever it is. Got to pull out the old crusty device because your current one's not working, right? Always gotta have a backup, right? I switch on to the old iPhone, and now it has a laggy screen because the new environments are just too taxing for my poor iPhone 7. That's the sort of game that we're in for. Hopefully not. Hopefully that's not what we have coming up here. Though, I mean, maybe this is going to buy our teams just a little bit more time. Of course, this is huge for throwing off the momentum. I think SK, right, we have talked about how SK is a little bit notorious for doing this to throw off the momentum of their opponents, right? Because they don't want this momentum to work to their disadvantage.
I mean, yeah, in terms of that, I mean, SK have done this before with the extensive down times in between games. Not always due to system crashes, I imagine. But yeah, I mean, it is a huge factor, as we've said like several times, momentum. And it's just something to crush that. Just take all the time in the world to be able to get this.
Okay, so we're getting word from tournament admins that Spen's device crashed. So this is not from SK, just for the record. Though, unfortunately, game did go under the radar, right? And we do have, let's see, a 1-1 set right here.
Yeah, it was the Spectate device that did crash. So unfortunately, we didn't get to watch that game, but SK did take the win. So it has been equaled out in this game. I believe we should be back up and running sometime soon, and it is right now. We're back up and running with another game.
Yeah, I misread the spec device as spin device, so do excuse me on that one. Though, of course, with that game tucked away, looks like SK Gaming did bring out something that worked pretty well. Tribe now, though, what are they going to be pulling out here? The Max, of course, just like last time, though SK, they have switched onto the Colonel Ruffs. Probably to power up Jetton and Semantic here. Of course, we all know just how powerful Piper can be when she has that Colonel Ruffs power up. The real struggle, though, is going to be getting that first super, given that Skyrix is outranged here.
Yeah, I must say, like, getting this power-up's going to be so difficult, but the sandbag's going to be coming in so clutch. Whenever Casey wants to go aggressive, they're just going to come down and be so helpful. And there you go, yet again. When he does fall low, he places the second one. And now it's just kind of a matter of time before all his gadgets have gone. And he is going to be rained down on by KC. But this break does come in from Spen. And therefore, the walls of Jetton have gone. But he has managed to push up to Tom's wall and take back this control.
Yep, Tribe looking pretty solid right here. All they need to do is keep their cool and keep this back line strong. But they only have one star, and that is the blue star. No kills in this game so far. Another detail to point out, Skyrix just getting this first super of the entire game. It has been a real struggle, but this is going to give a massive upper hand. Actually, Casey going to get in here, not going to get taken down, actually. Casey out for blood. Skyrix not going to be able to be taken down as well. Perhaps a little bit overzealous there. Tom is going to keep Skyrix back. Jetton also looking for this kill. Wow, SK could come back here if we see the kill from a Jetton, but it just doesn't look too hopeful. Tribe Gaming keeping this one, and that is going to be this game going to Tribe Gaming in a staggering use of the disconnecting symbol. I gotta say, this was a great strategy employed here. Though that is gonna take us from set Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters, and we have some crystal clear audio for you. Always a nice change. You love to see it. Regardless, we are going to be heading back into our second semifinal match leading up to the grand finals. It is none other than Tribe versus SK, and this is such a spectacle. We've already seen the first set. We are just a couple games into it, or I guess not necessarily a couple games into our second set. We're still in the first game of set number 2 here in Brawl Ball, and I think we already had some predictions about what sort of brawlers we were going to see here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, kind of forgetting at this point as we just had a bit of a break, but honestly, you're kind of looking towards either the Poco double tanks or maybe the B comp's also really, really strong too. Seeing the bans on the screen now as well, so obviously that kind of shuts off a few brawlers, such as the Sandy, Max, and Gene comp, considering Gene isn't there. But yeah, I reckon the B or a Poco double tanks could be very, very prominent.
Yeah, that, and I think we could maybe see the Colt come out, right, in combination with B. Okay, possibly not when we see like the Poco, right? But I wouldn't discount it, right? I think we've actually seen a lot of Colt B, and it seems to work not too well, unfortunately. Historically, we've seen it work pretty well, but just judging by what we've seen today, it does not seem to be working it too well. I think it's because it's a bit of a new strategy that people are adopting lately, and I think like we just need to give it a little bit more time and people will get a little bit more adapted to it. We already have it, that first game underway coming out from SK, and we're going to be getting into our second game here. Take a look at our brawlers. We have Skyrix here on the meter for the counter, Jetton on that Max for the speed, and of course Semantic on the right lane for the control. And this is a bit of a similar comp coming out from Tribe Gaming. We actually see the Sandy in combination with the Max. It's a great combination, though the Max with the Barley is just as great of a combination, actually.
I must say, I really do like the Barley pick here, just providing so much control over that right lane, as you can see now, but some warfare going down on the left-hand side between Skyrix and Tom, but Skyrix comes out on the top as he does manage to pick up that bear before Tom does, and now some very, very good pressure from SK as the speed is provided again, and more shots start to come in from Semantic.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who exactly has control. It seems to go back and forth depending on who pops their max super. Though Spin is sniping this ball right here, going for this opportunity to, no, not necessarily put it in the goal. Nope, unfortunately, got a little bit overzealous there. Got pinched there between Jetton and Semantic. This is going to give a nice advantage to SK here, where they aim to pinch their enemy. Though Spin, fully healed up, has that speed, now looking for some shots, not managing though to touch Jetton, and here comes in the faux fur to waste SK's shots. Though, is Tribe gonna be able to fully capitalize on this, taking 1 kill, now looking for this pinch on Skyrix, able to get this kill. A nice dribble there from SK, and that is, KC, and that is going to be SK incurring that first goal.
Speed coming in from Jetton now, but the Sandstorm's just going to prevent that so heavily, and Spen has got a really nice sneak down the mid here, yet again getting some more shots from Semantic, trying to cycle that super. And honestly, Tom throwing this bear down, really not going to get too much value in as it's just taken down instantly. Forcing out a sticky syrup though, and I will say, Tribe in a very good position to take this game here as the ball is cornered, but all the takedowns coming in now, and that is going to be Tribe on match point.
That actually came very close to the defense there. I expected them to walk it all the way in, but if they had not passed that ball through, it would not have gone in. Like, that was almost being a little bit cocky there and throwing that goal away. But regardless, very well played there by both teams. Of course, Tribe gonna take the second game and once again bring us to the set point. But this is also I mean, I guess by coincidence, the match point. Tribe, they just need to take this next game and they will have ended the streak where they face against SK and unfortunately go down. Though SK just as well could take this one back and bring us to set number 3.
Yeah, I mean, SK have been just playing so well there, and I feel like they got unfortunate on a few of those pushes through. Obviously, from the max speed and the Sandy super, just such a good pairing against the Barley, just leaving him unable to hit anything. And that's really what won him these games there. As soon as Spence started getting those sandstorms, started cycling him as well as he did, that was when the pressure really started mounting on SK and where Tribe started bursting through the defenses.
Yeah, I think also a really good mark of like when Tribe is going to make just massive onslaught is when we see Max power up Spin, right, on that Sandy, and then we see, you know, they're just forced to retreat so quickly. We even see like Max like dashing back with the phase shift, right? Like you'd use that to dribble or something in Brawl Ball, or get an aggressive play or something like that. But being forced to use it to retreat is a little bit unfortunate, and it is a little bit symbolic of just the raw power, right, that a sped up Sandy is able to provide.
Yeah, I mean, it's just speeding up a Sandy's so strong, because not only does it allow him to get his super and a lot of burst damage off, it also allows him to just get like the best piercing damage you've ever seen, in terms of just being able to line them up, getting that positioning whilst being in the Sandstorm, getting the positioning to therefore gets multiple targets hit by one thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sandy's a great pick here, and I do kind of hope for SK, right, just for their own sake, for their own sanity, that they do pick up the Sandy this time, because the Barley just was not really doing it for them, right? Barley, you know, he was like, you know, getting some control before Max got her first super, but the deal is that, you know, the lingering of your bottles on the ground doesn't mean anything if I'm able to run through it fast enough to where it doesn't really do any damage to me. And I think that's the issue, right? Like, Barley is a good pick, right? Especially in combination with Max, and especially on this map too. But when you're facing against a Max, right, that's in combination with brawlers like Sandy, who are already fast, and getting that speed just makes them just crazy fast and so bursty. I don't think it's the way to go.
No, I agree. I mean, Barley is really strong until those supers do start coming in, which is where it does turn around. And the fact that, you know, he was able to get so much control even with a few supers coming in as well. It seemed like SK had a few opportunities to take a few goals there, but just weren't coming through and weren't pulling all the way through. And now we are going into the game, and SK resorting to the Poco double tank.
Yep, well, when all else fails, I guess Poco double tank, it never does hurt. Maybe it hurts your dignity a little bit, but I mean, at this level of play, right, you just gotta use what works. And SK, of course, they know that the Poco double tanks works, but Tribe probably had a little bit of a, I don't know, just an inkling that they were gonna run something similar. Wow, Semantic just wiping out Tribe. And a very quick first goal there for SK, as it looks like they might actually bring this one to set 3.
Super being provided now by Spen, and this is where it could go all wrong if Tom can manage to get his super. Now he does, but yet again up the other end, Semantic is just absolutely reining it in, and they take it to the final set as Semantic gets the 2-piece on offense.
Wow, they're making this look so easy, actually. Like, they are just ending this one off super fast. SK, they're like, okay, well, Tribe, you know, you picked up game number 2, and they're like, hey, let me show you how Brawl Ball is done, right? Tribe Gaming, they're strong on Brawl Ball, but SK, it does seem to be kind of their specialty. Keep in mind, of course, that this is the set that SK chose for Brawl Ball to be played on, right? We're playing by SK's rules. Though, that is going to take us into our final set here on Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles, and I mean, we saw our last game, Dueling Beetles, of course, same map lineup as last time. It is a tough one, especially because we saw AC Milan Clash go down to Big on this one, and I'm expecting something similar, right? Maybe the lose streak to SK is broken for Tribe on this one. We've seen miracles happen, it would seem, on Dueling Beetles.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Big played it so well. I'm expecting comparable games and how close the games are actually going to be. But honestly, I feel like SK might just have the edge in this game, especially just because they've got this kind of team play required to be able to keep the mid-hot zone. And I remember distinctly Dueling Beetles being such a strong map for them in terms of team play, comps, and being able to just dominate in terms of synergy.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is they are strong on this one, and they do have good synergy. Both of these teams actually have great synergy. I think maybe, like, it's hard to say. I can't really like make a call as to who has the better synergy going into this matchup. I mean, to my knowledge, they're roughly the same, right? I would evaluate Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming to be equal in skill. Like, I think, like, as far as the EU meta goes, right, they're up there with Clash for, like, probably, like, some of the I would argue like top 5 teams, right? Undoubtedly, Tribe, SK, and AC Milan Clash are in those top 5. Of course, not an EU person myself, so I don't have that firsthand experience to be able to make that call with the most accuracy. Though, I mean, Trev, what are your 2 cents on that?
I mean, no, you're definitely right in terms of them being 2 absolutely close-net teams, and also both being in the top 4 teams in Europe at the moment. And you know, it's just gonna be so close, and it's honestly coming down to the wire here of who's gonna get to this final, who's gonna get the hand on that juicy cash, and who is gonna get these points that are so desperately wanted towards the playoffs. It just all comes down to this set, and they're going in. We are seeing the break comp being brought in yet again from SK, and we're seeing the other comp that Clash has been playing so well coming in from Tribe.
Yep, the comp coming in. Of course, we have the 8-bit, and the double throws coming in from Tribe. So this is an interesting one, right? Just today, we haven't seen the break comp work, say, wonders, though it could this time, actually. It did give that win to Big in our last semifinals match, though moving right along past that, we gotta see this control from SK. We see Skyrix, unfortunately, going down as Tribe undoubtedly has the upper hand in this situation. They have been able to secure so much control, though finally SK Gaming making their first assault on this point, though they do seem to be out of wall breaks. So it's going to come down to whether Semantic can get this next bit of wall break and take out some of these obstacles that Tom and KC are having a lot of fun hiding behind, it would seem. I think really the main struggle is that Jetton is the one who's getting most of the capture on the point, and he is quite slow, and it's just tough for him to stand on the point without just getting pummeled by both KC and Tom.
The push does start to come through yet again from Tribe, taking more and more of the percentage of the zone. Skyrix going to be falling down to Tom now, and the turret has been taken down instantly from Spen. And 8-bit turret also falling down, but not without him having another one, and the last hurrah just prevents Tom being taken down that little bit longer, getting a few more shots off. And SK just surviving there on a Slither HP. Jetton, I mean, Slither HP, using that cheat cartridge back to his turret. Semantic also falling low now, and it just looks like Tribe all the way here with the amount of control they've had this whole game, and the amount of percentage secured.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic coming out from Tribe. Just the control for one. It does seem like they have similar range is the thing. Tribe, they have similar range, right? They have KC with, of course, very long range Barley, and then they have Tom on this. Oh wait, what is this? A turn of events? SK now coming back with the wall break. This could turn around. This is the same situation that we saw coming out from AC Milan Clash, where they managed to, where we actually saw them come back from this one. SK, they could come back from this. It's looking very good from Jetton, now looking to get this kill on Casey. Spin is going to be the last defense, but is he going to be enough to hold 95% on this point? And the points are rapidly going up, but there are only a few seconds left in the match, and actually, it doesn't look like this one's possible. There's simply not enough time to take this one back.
Tribe are going to be closing this one out nice and calmly. Just looking towards the next game now, as they do manage to pick this one up very nicely in terms of the comp that we have seen. Both teams in the game prior to this been playing on either matchup, and it did go either way 2 times in a row. Like one way it went that way, and another game it went another. And Tribe are going to be taking it, and on to match point next for them. And SK going to have to win 2 in a row to be able to take this series now.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Tribe, they are just on the cusp of finally alleviating this sort of a drought of victories against SK, right? It is about time, right? That Tribe finally is able to take down SK. I think this is going to be, you know, a nice mental obstacle for them to overcome as well, right? Though SK, right, they do have their work cut out for them. They're probably not going to be happy if they go down to Tribe today. So they're going to have to bring out some really nice strats. Of course, the break comp was not the way to go. It is a little bit frustrating too, especially because the break comp is supposed to counter throwers, right? And they were faced against throwers, and yet it seemed like they got controlled the entire time. So it is quite frustrating. I would not be too surprised if we see the Mort come out this time. SK, of course, they are no stranger to running the Mort, right? And even in, you know, suboptimal situations, right, they're no stranger to running the Mort. it's no doubt that SK kind of hates throwers, so they will probably bring out some kind of counter to that.
If the tanks are going to be brought out against this comp, you could play like the Poco alongside the Mortis, and obviously the Rosa with the when you're spawning the bushes in the middle is so strong against the likes of Jesse too. When the turret does come down, you can't take fire whilst you're in the bush. So that used to be a really strong tactic until the meta kind of shifted towards the B and the Colt. But obviously, it's not working out for many teams at the moment. So honestly, the meta could be shifting yet again.
That is true. That is true. And it's funny to see the meta shift, right? When there hasn't necessarily been a balance change, like, you know, recently. It's like not an immediate change. It's not like a reactionary change. And things still change as people just kind of go like, wait, I just realized that this is good, right? And it just like collectively took us a year to realize that, you know, this was a possibility, right? Just because, you know, it's a unique combination, right? The B, the Colt. The other thing, right, is I think people, when they discover these little like unique like quirks, they will just kind of keep them to themselves because they don't want other people using them. They don't want to like face it on ladder or something like that. And so then it just never gets shared around, right? And this isn't, you know, this isn't anything really new. Like teams will purposely not run the comp that's good because they're trying not to reveal their comp that's going to be coming up in a later and bigger competition. So yeah, well, regardless, though, we are going to be getting into the match point. Tribe just one game away from taking this win and heading to the grand finals.
Stu finally making an appearance, but is going to be doing some good work coming into the mid now. Jetton going to be getting pinched down by Spen and Tom. Opting to heal up, though, on the side of both SK and Tribe, as Tom does fall kind of low over the right-hand side now. KC is going to be providing the speed to both of his teammates, but a good early lead from SK, but they're going to have to retreat now as Tribe take the mid and take some percentage.
Yep, looking good for both teams, in fact, right now. The control of mid seems to be changing over and over and over again. Interesting, actually, to see the Amber play here, the speed. Wow, I'm actually... I didn't think I could be more terrified of Amber, but Amber with the speed, that is just a completely different beast. Though, this is the first time that we actually see Stu coming out in this entire matchup, which is interesting because we saw the go-to Stu pick in, or go-to Stu ban in every single match preceding this one, and this is the first time that we see Stu come out, right? Though, is it working out for SK is the question. I think the answer is no. Tribe Gaming now bringing this up to 80%, a massive lead on SK, and they are standing to take this match.
Tom with the absolutely phenomenal double kill. Going to be nobody in the mid now as everybody's coming out of the respawn. And Tribe have that 50% advantage. And they're not going to push on just yet. They're going to wait for a recuperation of these supers, which they do now have. And KC with the phase shifter coming directly in, getting some damage and getting the juicy percentage on the zone. Spen going to throw his turret high with the slow coming in. And that is going to be it. If Spen can survive, he can. And Tribe are going to take this game and head to the finals.
Wow, what a massive dub there for Tribe. Just Tribe able to finally overcome SK. Of course, not too, pleasant for SK there. But SK, you know, they've had their moment to shine, right? And they will have their moment to shine in the next round of qualifiers in a week, right? But this is amazing for Tribe. They will be facing against Big in the grand finals. So just excellent there for Tribe. But I think, honestly, I'm almost more excited for this grand finals because we've seen Big take down absolute titans. And if they have been doing their research, right, then they can stand it to, like we were saying, focus on Tribe's weaknesses and just absolutely pummel the heck out of them with no mercy and no remorse. I think this is going to be an exhilarating grand final.
I think so too. Obviously so big just being able to beat Clash coming off the back of a huge win like that. They're going to have some insane mentality coming into it. Looking at the bracket now, obviously brought to you by G Fuel, and as the bracket closes down further and further, the games have been getting more and more exciting, leading up to this absolutely huge finals that we're about to be watching now between Big and Tribe Gaming, and it promises to be an absolutely incredible game.
Oh, no doubt at all. Something I do want to point out here, check out the seeding of these teams. Tribe, seeded number 3. Big, seeded number 12. So I don't think that, like just at a glance, right? These are not the teams that you would expect to be advancing to the finals, but it is a welcome change for sure. Big, I think this is the one that I definitely have my eye on, just because we thought that they were the underdog in our previous matches, and they took down AC Milan Clash, and now they're going to be facing against Tribe. Tribe, of course, took down their longtime rival. SK, of course, the rivalry continues. In fact, I think it deepens, though this is going to be a spectacle you won't want to miss. Coming back after the break, make sure you don't miss the grand finals. Get up, stretch. You are going to need your energy for this last one, and just make sure that you're hanging on to the edge of your seat, and we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. We are getting into the grand finals, and it is none other than Tribe Gaming EU versus Big. And I gotta say, Trav, these are some phenomenal teams. I mean, they weren't necessarily the ones that I expected to make it to the finals, but they have definitely earned their spot.
Yeah, Big obviously taking down Clash in an intense game that went to the last final game, and Tribe obviously doing the exact same to SK Gaming. So both rightly here, and no matter what people say, they've taken down the two top dogs in terms of seeding to get their place here, and they have earned it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just judging by the seeding alone, right, I think actually a lot of people expected AQM and SK to make it to the grand finals, but the thing is, though, I mean, and these are the teams that we saw face off against each other last time, but the deal is, like, Big and Tribe Gaming, they've completely earned their way here, right? There are no, ifs, buts, ors about it, right? They defeated their opponent, right? And they did it fair and square. And I mean, Big, they did it by using their big brains. And Tribe Gaming, of course, using, their great strategies as well. They were able to overcome SK, a rival that they have been facing against again and again and again, it seems, in EU tournaments, and just it seems to be this this opponent that they cannot seem to take down. And of course, it's the redemption arc there for Tribe Gaming EU. Though, of course, with our draft format, we do get some mode bans as well as some brawler bans, and these are just starting to roll in. We have the first bans coming out from Big. It's the Gem Grab and the Brawl Ball bans, as well as the Bounty ban from Tribe. So obviously, Tribe is taking notes. They are not about to go down to Big on Bounty here, right? Because they are not going to face in that mirror match, right? They're not going to have that enforced sort of meta there on Shooting Stars.
Yeah, Hot Potato obviously being the first pick. We have seen Big play that once today, and it was against Blood Diamond, taking it in a very, very close game, I will add. So, obviously wasn't the most dominant performance, so it's surprising to see. It's going to be surprising if they do manage to take that. So, really good first pick from Tribe. Siege going to be picked by Big. Yet again, very good pick from those guys, as they did dominate Blood Diamond heavily on that one too. So, honestly, they are looking quite good heading into this one. And then the final mode, yet again, being Dueling Beetles. It's getting rejected a lot today, but at least it's not being banned.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it does. Yeah, rejected. Yeah, unfortunate. Dueling Beetles, so dejected as the third set, but it does seem that we tend to go to the third set here on Dueling Beetles. I don't think necessarily the teams have necessarily any opposition to Dueling Beetles, right? Though we did see both of these teams triumph on Dueling Beetles, so very nice for both these. It's funny, right? Because both of the semifinal matches that these guys played in, they ended up taking it to Dueling Beetles. It was the exact same map pool, right? So you could argue that, they had pretty much a very fair matchup, and I think that's like a pretty good metric by which to judge how they're going to perform in these upcoming games here. Though, first off, of course, here on Heist, it's going to be Hot Potato, and I think I don't know if we actually saw those maps from either of these teams necessarily, though we did see some assembly from Big, and they, of course, as you said, did a really nice job against Blood Diamond, and definitely showed up Blood Diamond. I think we were kind of in favor of Blood Diamond as far as who we expected to win, right? That was like that was the first inkling of like, oh, Big, they're actually really good despite their pretty low seeding. And then, of course, Dueling Beetles, we saw Big take it back, right? Tribe Gaming, of course, though, managed to perform pretty well in Dueling Beetles. I mean, it's a lot of what ifs here.
Definitely so, but yeah, we did actually see Big playing Hot Potato again, just to reiterate that, and they did do very, very well in a nice comeback against Blood Diamond, bringing it back to the match point, and they did manage to take it. So we've seen a lot of Big under pressure over these kind of over this tournament day. And they've warmed up to it, and they have taken a lot of games that you wouldn't have expected them to take. And honestly, if they can carry this on against Tribe, it's going to be very daunting for Tribe to walk into this game.
It is, right? I mean, I would definitely be intimidated, right? It's like an alien invasion, You have this unknown enemy, right? And then you watch it take down, well, at least, statistically, right, the strongest opponent that you could go against. And now you begin to question, wait, okay, so if that was not the strongest guy, then, what else am I confused about? What else do I think that I know? And this is big for Big. I didn't mean to say that, but I guess that's the stage that we're at now. We do have another stage that we're reaching at too. The second ban coming in our ABBA ban format. Tribe now banning the Bell and the Max. They don't want to deal with that pesky Max, and the last ban is yet to come from Big.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Max has been such a prominent factor in a lot of Tribe's wins today, whether it be in Brawl Ball, which is banned, obviously, whether it be in Bouncy, which is also banned. But, I mean, KC is, as I said before, he's such a good Max. And obviously that's what they're worried about. But the last ban being Stu coming in now, obviously, universal ban. Banned literally in every game except from one today. And then again, we only did see it played once at that. So still a very, very good ban. We'll see what's to come.
Yeah, so let me get this right though. Like the one game that Stu was played was a loss too, right? I would just want to verify. Like, man, people really like, or people really don't like Stu, but they also don't like playing Stu. So it's a strange situation. I'm thinking, you know, maybe not playing Stu is a bit of like a gentleman's agreement. Like okay, you know, we're just not gonna play Stu because, you know, we both have respect for each other. But I mean, when it comes to the better end, I guess SK versus Tribe, you know, they don't want to let that one slip, right? So they'll pull out the Stu if they need to. Unfortunately, it didn't work in their favor, though. The Max ban, that's the thing, is Tribe banning Max. I mean, unless my eyes are deceiving me, that is Tribe banning a core brawler that is absolutely essential to their strategy that they normally approach this match with. But I think maybe what they're trying to, if I had to take my best guess, right, I think Tribe is like, okay, so we recognize that Big, the advantage that they have is they know how we play. So in order to win, we have to play not how we usually play, right? Big, they've obviously gone back and watched the footage and done their homework. Tribe, they have to find a way to get around that.
Exactly so, and we're seeing the Barley being in play obviously for the first time in a while, and it is being very, very good for both Tom and Lars. But KC with some extremely good pressure compared to what Sugar has on the opposing side. And the healing tonic coming in very early. Spen getting the super off on Safe. Early damage and the takedown on Dean as Tom starts to rain fire on the Safe and get a huge 21% lead off the start of the game.
Yep, Tribe already getting a nice lead. Actually, great kill there by Lars, who's going to lay down some control as well as a little bit of damage. Here comes the next Colette super coming in. Big actually now taking this lead. Sugar looking to keep control of this right lane just once. That next super, he's getting some nice ricochets as well to try and control mid. Here comes a super coming out from Tribe KC to give that power to Spin, and a massive whopping, well, whatever, 3,360 times 2 damage coming in for Tribe and bringing them below the 40% mark. Guys, I've memorized the magic number of 5,600, but man, powered up, I mean, let me do some quick maths.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in this game, Spen's just been raining fire on that Safe, having power up every time he's respawning if you look at it right now. Yet again, KC providing him with exactly what he needs and preventing Dean from getting his own, as that does still lie in the middle, uncollected, and Spen picking up his super yet again. This can finish it here, I think, but they get the finish on Spen before he can top off the Safe, and Tom left all alone now, all on his own, defending all three members of Big. But Nadim being too low to put some pressure on is going to assist Tribe in this push out.
Yeah, Big definitely in a stressful situation here, but they can actually relax just a little bit. They've managed to push Tribe all the way back to their own safe. Spin, of course, looking for an opening. Sugar's gonna have to get this kill, but is it gonna happen? Spin getting some major damage on there, but similarly getting some nice damage on Tribe Safe as well, but the clock is running down. Oh, also I punched in the numbers and I did the calculations, and it's at least 2 damage that Colette does when she is powered up, so that should be some useful information as we head into the last 15 seconds of the match.
KC making a break down the left-hand side. He does pick up the kill, and this is going to be it, as nobody can pick up KC. The first game goes to Tribe, and so does the momentum.
Yep, that is very beautifully put. I gotta hand it to you. The momentum does go to Tribe. That is so important, and we've just seen so much evidence of it as well. That the momentum is such a large factor, and this is, I think, what Big used to take down AC Milan Clash, right, is they had that momentum. They were able to beat Clash in that first set, and then they gained control of the entire match right off of that. But Tribe Gaming, they are not about to let that happen. They actually have the privilege of choosing the first set, and so perhaps this is maybe a little bit of RNG for Big, right? They unfortunately get the second choice, but they do at least have the chance to determine the momentum for the final set, which is important if they manage to take set number 2. Though Tribe looking very strong coming off of this first game, though Big, they brought a stronger performance than I was actually expecting.
Yeah, towards the latter of that game, they did show some signs of life and a huge comeback almost occurred. But Tribe were able to close it out first, looking to do the same here and close out this set simultaneously. Sugar yet again on the back foot instantly, and somehow KC always seems to have a foot in the door on this left-hand side as the Barley does not control him too well. Spen getting a super off, managing to hit twice.
Ooh.
Sugar picking him up on the way back.
Wow, massive there for Tribe, just keeping that control. Lars going down as well, and KC getting some nice wall break here as well. Gonna be going for these shots just straight down this alleyway. Spin also with the power-up, gonna get a nice chunk of damage, 6720 damage on the safe. And Dean is still looking for that opportunity to defend. Sugar at risk of going down as well. Lars not able to get the control. Spin and Tom both powered up, just going ham on this save and backing up just as well. Just looking for the right amount of aggro and passive to play so they can close out this match quickly. Wow, nice play there by Dean, and that is going to be a little bit more control. Ooh, an unfortunate miss. Yep, I would be angry too. Dean with the angry pin, and it looks like this one just might go to Tribe. The last bit of damage coming in. Just a tiny little hit there from KC, the deployed super, and the Protesto. And that is going to be set number 1. And the momentum, once again, going to Tribe.
Tribe taking the first set by storm there. I'm not even sure if Big got a percentage on safe in that second game. And Tribe just playing so well. It always seems like both Tom and KC are winning their lanes, which is just so weird to see when you've got such a dominant lane like a Barley over a Ruffs. Really can't do anything with his sandbags, can't keep control of the lane, but somehow KC's doing it, and it's really paying off for Tribe.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, we saw the Barley, it just was not working out so well for Big, but it was just like working miracles for Tribe. It was the Ruffs and Barley matchup that I was really paying attention to on the right lane, and I think it, you know, makes it pretty clear that facing this kind of mirror matchup that Big was not really prepared for, right? That, you know, they no longer have the advantage of doing their homework and going back and watching the footage back, right? It's clear that that is what carried them this far, and it's what's going to allow them to, you know, kind of ascend to the top players here in Brawl Masters EU. But the thing is, it's not going to, you know, improve the mechanics necessarily, right? You can outsmart your enemy, right? But that's really the approach that you take when your opponent is stronger than you, right? Just like by brute force, right? It's kind of the David and Goliath sort of strategy, you know? David and Goliath, right? Goliath has more brute strength. David would never beat Goliath hand in hand, but when he was able to just, you know, take a slightly different approach, you know, use something technical rather than the brute force approach, we see it work out. Big, now they are able to have the technicality on their side, and this is really interesting right here. Don't know why we see the Primo coming out this time, but a welcome change for sure. It's not going to give them great control of mid for sure, but, well, actually, I don't know. Trav, what do you think of this?
Honestly, all I think is KC just absolutely clipped them. Double super connecting, and the Primo being played is a bit unusual, I will say. I was about to ask you seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, because that is unusual. But yeah, Big, after that first push, is still maintaining all the control, and just so difficult for KC to hit these shots on Dean, and the pull coming in and rejecting them and banking that bolt. The Meteor Rush obviously being quite strong as breaking up all the map, but really not providing too helpful as KC and Spen just really aren't popping us as much as they'd like to.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that this really relies on the B and Colt, and then of course Tom. Okay, now it makes sense. Tom comes in for the wall break, and it gives free wall break to Spin. and KC, and then he's also able to pick up the bolts afterwards as a tank character. So not really a bad strategy, actually. Ooh, wow, actually nice there by KC as he's almost able to take out Lars, finishing off this kill. And actually in a turn of events, this bot for Big is not actually going to give them control of mid. Tribe, with an early defeat of that bot, is going to take back control of mid and amass a nice little bolt lead right there. The question is, how powerful, how stacked can they get this bot, and can they get the crucial kills that they need on the team members of Big so that they can get a nice push on this last siege?
If they can pick up the Primo Super and a Colt Super, that's all they're going to need anyway. But it's not looking likely they're going to be able to pick up these supers. Tom pushing yet again around the right-hand side, just trying to get some pressure for his teammates to be able to push directly through this mid. Sugar does have the pull on hand. Going to be trying to pull this boss out, but he goes for Spen instead, and that's going to be huge. Dean really trying to prevent Tom getting this super now, and they do need to put some pressure on. Boss is going to do a lot of damage on its own, but the pull out, Tom is going to get the remaining damage required as KC comes in with a super 2, and it's going to go to match point in favor of Tribe.
Wow, Tribe actually blowing Big out of the water on this one. And I gotta say, right, Big, the way that they play these matches, they start playing the match before they get into the first game. And that is with their, obviously, just doing their research, and it just seems like they know what their opponent is going to pick, right? And Tribe said, watch me be unpredictable and ban Max, right? They could have just not played Max, but they banned Max, and I think that was just kind of turning Big's strategy against them, right? Where Big is very reliant on getting getting their enemy by surprise, and now Tribe gets Big by surprise, and Big, it just doesn't compute. It's like dividing by 0, right? It just doesn't work for them, and it couldn't be clearer as we head into match point.
All I'm going to say is my eyes on the Max ban is just, it's Tribe trying to throw them off, as in, they were so comfortable on that Max when they played it previously on this push, and Tribe obviously that strong at the game, they just believe that they're going to be able to be more diverse, as we've just seen, being able to play the Primo and the Colt and the B. It's such a weird comp to bring out, but obviously their diversity in being able to play the game so much and being so good at it, it's just a bit better than Big's is, and that just allows them to throw Big out of their comfort zone.
Yep, I think that is really what it is that, let's be fair, like Big, phenomenal team, right? They are more on the end of the spectrum where they are very smart about choosing comps, right? But Tribe, they are more on the end of, like, they've been in the business for a long time. These are well-known names by everyone around the world. Doesn't matter what region you're in, you don't have to be from EU. You know who these guys are, and it's for a good reason. They're very mechanically skilled individuals, and when they come together, they become, greater than a sum of their parts. They are able to lift each other up and bring each other to new heights that, they would not otherwise be able to achieve just on their own. And it's very evident as we have tied the first siege and move into siege number 2. Tribe Gaming maintaining this lead as Big has gone back to old reliable. It's none other than the Barley, Gene, and that Sandy, though it just doesn't seem to be working out so well. Of course, the Sandy cry as Meeting is trying to dodge as best as he can, but he's just no match for the Colt and the B, constantly pinching him.
Lars is not having too much luck either on this right-hand side versus Tom. Tom just such a good Barley, he's known for that. Literally one of his favourites and best brawlers. KC going to be looking for a kill on Sugar now, and he does manage to pick it up, and his super along the way. Huge bot coming in now, and still an advantage heading on into the last, but a lot of damage raining in, and this might be all it here.
Yep, and that was all she said. Tribe are your grand champions in this second qualifier for Brawl Masters here in EU Spring 2021. Congratulations to Tribe. Massive, colossal dub for Tribe, as they will be getting a nice lump sum of points for the playoffs, as well as, wait for it, $1,000 for getting first place in this round of the qualifiers. A nice 1K just for their work today. And I gotta say, right, that is absolutely amazing for Tribe. Once again, congratulations.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Tribe Gaming, obviously proving their worth, coming from a bracket which was so stacked, beating SK, beating Big, beating other notorious teams in prior rounds, and they just managed to bring it all together and pull it off. Huge sweep against Big in the finals. Biggest showing from Tribe I've ever seen today, and it's just very, very good.
Yeah, they managed to completely sweep Big, and I thought it was just absolutely awesome how they turned their strategy against them. Take a look at our bracket powered by G Fuel. Let's start on the journey that Tribe Gaming EU took through today's tournament. They started off, of course, in the open qualifiers, then they moved to the round of 16 where they faced off against Sampy, then they faced off against Mindless Riders, and then they faced off against probably their toughest match of the day, SK Gaming. Then after that, of course, they had to face none other than Big, who had gone up against AC Milan Clash, just the #1 seeded team in the entire tournament. And they had to say, how are we going to take down Big? Well, we use the Uno reverse card. We turn their strategy against them, and we do exactly what they do to other teams, right? We just catch them off guard. And that allowed them to sweep Big 2-0. Massive moves for Tribe Gaming EU.
I think you've got it absolutely nailed there as Tribe do become victorious. And if we take a quick look at the leaderboard now, hopefully some moving around over that side of things, as Tribe Gaming going to be picking up a hefty amount of points today and bringing it back to tie up the first place with AC Milan Clash.
Yep, Tribe Gaming tying up with AC Milan Clash. SK Gaming close behind with those 22 points. Of course, we saw Blood Diamond actually go down in the round of 16, which is absolutely disappointing for them considering their strong performance before. But take a look at Big here in 8th place, right? We saw them advance to the grand finals and they only have 12 points, but it just goes to show, right, that guys are some mavericks. There's some dark horses. They're coming in out of nowhere and taking Blood Diamond EU from one of the top places down to 4th place when they got wiped out in the round of, I believe it was round of 8 or round of 6, no, round of 8. Yep, we got it, we got it. Very talented caster, ready set. Though, you love to see it. This is just amazing how we're seeing the Brawl Masters tournament here going on. I, could not be happier with how it's progressing so far.
I can agree with that too. And obviously a huge thank you to you, Ready, for joining me today, as well as the production staff as well. And actually, it's been an absolutely incredible day. We've seen Tribe come all the way from the round of 16 to the finals and take it all. And I believe that is going to be all we are seeing today.
Yep, Trav, I gotta say, man, it is a pleasure, it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to cast with you, man. It's always so fun. And for everyone watching, I hope you enjoyed so much the Brawl Masters EU tournament today. Of course, keep in mind, we are coming back next week. Same time, same place, of course, the open qualifiers. Now, do keep in mind as well that we have the open qualifiers available to you all, right? Just gotta open or enter the open qualifiers next week. Another thing is we do want to thank G Fuel, of course, for sponsoring Brawl Masters. The amazing pricing that we have for Brawl Masters would not be possible without their sponsorship. So thank you so much, G Fuel. And I do think we have at least one more thing to add. Oh, that's right. We want you guys to go and check out the Brawl Masters Twitter and Discord. You can find those links, I believe, in the YouTube chat, or at least on the channel, right? Make sure you go follow the Brawl Masters Twitter, though, right? You can find that in the stream. Yep, Brawl Masters. So, I've been talking for long enough, guys. Go follow Brawl Masters on Twitter for more updates. I have been ready set. I have been joined here by Trav, and this has been Brawl Masters EU. Hope to see you guys tomorrow for Brawl Masters NA. But for now, that's all. Have a nice day, y'all.